lo tienen, ¿no? Con el medio donde nos desarrollamos. A lo largo de estos días, con este programa que está comisariado por Marina Otero, que ahora os comentará un poco más sobre la sesión de hoy, nos hemos centrado en estos territorios ectoplasma, que son aquellos territorios que viabilizan de alguna manera, aunque están externalizados, aunque están en lugares muchas veces que no vemos o incluso que no somos ni conscientes de que existen, son una serie de paisajes y territorios que operativizan nuestra vida urbana digitalizada tal y como la conocemos, ¿no? Y en concreto nos hemos centrado entre los primeros días en toda la infraestructura de la información, en la infraestructura de los datos y todos aquellos territorios que viabilizan, ya sea por cuestiones puramente extractivistas de los propios materiales, ¿no?, que construyen las infraestructuras de los datos, hasta también aquellos territorios que dotan de energía, por ejemplo, ¿no?, a todas estas infraestructuras. Hoy contamos también con un grupo de gente espectacular. Contaremos con Estrella Alfaro, contaremos con Michael Mardes, se unirá más adelante, con Margarida Méndez y Rafico Ruiz. Y hoy vamos a hablar, aunque ahora María lo contará mucho mejor, sobre colonialismo verde. Queremos hablar un poco o visibilizar un poco también los claroscuros de los actuales modelos de transición energética, ¿no? Y detectar que a lo mejor frente a lo que se nos vende muchas veces o lo que entendemos, ¿no?, que sería el paso de un modelo extractivista a un modelo no extractivista o un modelo que instrumentaliza determinados lugares a otro que no instrumentaliza determinados lugares, en el fondo eso no es cierto. Y nos vamos a dar cuenta que cuando de repente, por ejemplo, subimos, ¿no?, las energías renovables del 2% del mix energético a lo mejor al 80%, eso tiene unas consecuencias ecosistémicas determinadas, ¿no?, que seguramente veremos con Estrella. No me enrollo mucho más, es un gusto arrancar hoy con esta última sesión pública. Mañana tendremos la última sesión de todo el módulo, que será un poco más interna, que hemos llamado exorcismo ectoplasma, ¿vale? No hago spoilers, mañana lo veremos. Y nada, Marina, muchas gracias por haber estado estos días con nosotros y todo tuyo.
Gracias, Edu, y a todo el equipo de Media Lab por toda esta semana y todos los esfuerzos para que este programa haya sido posible. Como ha contado Edu, hoy es el penúltimo día de Territorio Ectoplasma y la última sesión pública, porque mañana a puerta cerrada con los participantes haremos el exorcismo con Tandy Loeson, Naomi Rincón Gallardo y el Instituto de Estudios Postnaturales. Y tengo la verdad es que muchas ganas de ver qué ocurre en ese espacio de invocación de todos estos territorios que hemos estado invocando y hablando de ellos en estos días. Esta semana hemos pasado de hablar desde nuestros teléfonos móviles, los cuerpos que los producen, los territorios donde se producen, también de los centros de datos donde nuestras informaciones se guardan. Hemos hablado de lugares como Santiago de Chile, como el desierto de Atacama. Hemos hablado de los problemas que hay también en el norte de España, en Galicia, en las minerías, en Covas de Barroso, en Portugal. Hemos hablado de muchos problemas que están ocurriendo debido a nuestros deseos compulsivos, nuestros deseos de cada vez tener más energía y seguir cegados hasta esta idea, este imaginario del progreso ilimitado. Hoy la mayor parte de la sesión será en inglés, menos la presentación de Estrella Alfaro, cosa que me da cierta tranquilidad porque le he estado metiendo unas patadas al diccionario español bastante importantes, cosa que después de 13 años viviendo fuera, pues tengo que practicar un poquito más mi castellano. Así que voy a ahora mismo cambiar al inglés también para dar la bienvenida a Rafico Ruiz y empezar con la sesión de hoy. So, today we are going to think together about these compulsive desires and the idea that we can keep on consuming, producing energy. And by the way, there is a simultaneous translation for those who want it. And many times we think that we can rely on technological fixes, we can rely on new energy, on new materials that are going to make the trick, that are going to make it possible for us to continue consuming and producing as we have been doing in the last decades. Well, today probably we'll be unpacking those questions to see what are the impacts of those desires, what happens when we make a transition from fossil fuel energies to renewable energies, but we don't acknowledge the question of scales that is at play. So if we can keep on like having the same scale of operations with one type of energy to other, I think the problem doesn't disappear. Estrella will bring us to the Cordillera Cantábrica, and we'll be like explaining in some few cases that will shed light into those consequences, like what happens where there is like the mountains are instrumentalized to make them part of these, you know, territorios ectoplasm territories, and these operative territories, as Edu was saying, at the service of spaces like the city of Madrid and others. With Margarita Mendes, that we had the pleasure to watch some of her films yesterday. Today we have her in real body, embodied condition. Thank you for that. And we were talking about her work, and in particular also deep sea mining, like the new frontiers of extraction that are also mobilized for continuing pursuing of our desires. And with Michael Marder, we will inspect somehow the foundations of our understandings of energy. We take it for granted what energy means, and Michael sets a path from Aristotle until today to understand how the idea of energy has been shifting, and with that our relation with, you know, sources of energy and the bodies, and how both territories and bodies are exhausted because of this conceptual framework through which we understand energy. But we are going to start with Rafico Ruiz. Rafico Ruiz is Associate Director of Research at the Canadian Centre for Architecture in Montreal. He holds a PhD from McGill University, and he has been involved in important research on settler colonialism, in particular in the Arctic region. So he investigates these transformations and these forms of colonialism through what he calls infrastructural mediation. I'm very excited about having Rafico today because it brings another one territory that is very much at the forefront of struggles and protest against extractivism, and it's one territory that we didn't cover through our week. And well, I think if you want to know more, in addition to what Rafico will present today, you can follow his work, his recent books, Slow Disturbance, and also Saturation. It's a co-edited volume, and I totally recommend it. Rafico, are you there already?
Can you hear me okay?
Thank you. Oh, I see you. I know it's kind of early there, so thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday. And I just made a very quick introduction to your important work, but yeah, we are looking forward to hearing your thoughts and your recent work. So yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Rafico.
Thanks, Marina. Thanks so much for the invitation. I feel like I'm kind of just parachuting in on what must be a really fantastic week. I've looked at the program carefully and all the field work you've been doing, and I imagine all the conversations that you've had thus far. And so I'm hoping to leave about 15 minutes or more at the end, so I can hear about that and hear about some of the points of connection between the work I'll share and all the work you've all been doing over the course of the past few days. So I am genuinely curious to hear about that. So I would like to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Kanagahaga Nation and more generally the Haudenosaunee peoples here in what's now referred to as Montreal or Tiohtià:ke. And what I'd like to do, really pretty briefly, I hope I won't speak for more than 25 minutes. So I'm keeping an eye on the clock because I know our time is limited together. But as Marina mentioned, I'd like to share some thoughts, somewhat disconnected thoughts from an ongoing research project that I've been working on for about the past decade, and that is now very close to being a finished book. It should be out in the next maybe 18 months. And that project is on what you can think of as the disrupted phase transitions of ice. So So it's called Phase State Earth, Ice at the End of Climate Change. And I would say that the ambition of my thoughts today is to probably deflect off your interest on the conditions of mediation, I think often linked to global warming, that digital infrastructure suggests in our present moment. So in some ways, you could think about this as trying to make out subsea fiber optic cables through the thick pack ice that once prevailed across the waters of Kalaallit Nunaat, or Greenland, and elsewhere in the Arctic. So as you've probably been discussing, and as you know, and as some of the work that I've done over the past few years has touched on, digital media create connections with and through media environments. So I'll share my screen. Hopefully you can see what you need to see here. Should be full screen for you. Let me know if not.
Yeah, we saw it very well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Bit of a disorienting photograph. That's quite intentional to start here. So I'd like to start at 66 degrees north latitude. So William Bradford published The Arctic Regions, a book, in 1873. And the 3-by-2-foot book is an opulent telling of the expedition Bradford organized in 1869 to steam up from a city called St. John's, the then capital of the colony of Newfoundland, to Melville Bay, a place called Melville Bay off the western coast of Greenland. Bradford was a well-known and connected painter and photographer, American, and a kind of minor celebrity in his day. And the Arctic regions includes dozens of photographs, as you see here, coordinated and likely influenced by Bradford's eye, but they're actually taken by John Dunmore and George Kreiterson of the firm of J.W. Black, based in Boston. And in the 1860s, of course, photography relied on something called the wet plate or colloidin process. And this was a technique requiring vast amounts of equipment, basically a kind of portable darkroom, because the plates needed to be developed while they were still wet. The logistics of the endeavor in the 1860s were really pretty remarkable, and of course largely relied on the taking for granted and anonymized labor of indigenous Greenlanders who allowed Bradford to access this region. And each photograph required time in its preparation and execution, sometimes with up to a 15-minute exposure. In some ways, you could think about that duration, that time, 15 minutes, as actually quite literally marked in the photographs through the thick black coal smoke that you see emanating from the ship's smokestack. So the photographs track the expedition's northerly progress, and you can think of them as quite literally arresting. So these are indexes of Greenland's cryographic conditions in the 1860s. This was, of course, really at a time at the height of the Industrial Revolution, and you could see that it's as if the pitch dark funnels emanating from the expedition's steamer, called the Panther, could metonymically stand in for the long arc planetary influence that they foreshadowed. The exposure times, those about 15 minutes of the wet plate process, which was really the medium's technical capacity, registered the steady stream of black pollution that unfurled across the Greenlandic sky. As the Panther plowed, to use Bradford's terms, through what he called the frigid zone, it was, like greenhouse gas emissions of today, lingering in its atmospheric effects. An early steam-powered polar expedition marking its route suspended carbon. Stationary, as you see here, quite literally stuck in pack ice off the coast of Kalaallit Nunaat, Greenland, photographs cold plumes reach out from their frames and foreshadow all the pollution to come. And Michel Serres makes the case that Western societies have managed to appropriate, use that term intentionally, appropriate in a political economic sense, vast swaths of the planet through their varied forms of pollution. And what the Arctic regions, Bradford's books, and these photographs lets us see, if not really know, is the slow cumulative history of that act of appropriation through pollution. You could think of this as a kind of carbon complicity at the heart of Southern society's colonial fascinations with the polar regions. In some ways, you could say there's coal dust in the ice. So solid, liquid, gas, ice, water, atmosphere. These are really the phase transitions that we know of on the planet that we know as Earth. And the element of water really tracks across these various phases of matter in response to surrounding climatological conditions. The Earth is really, as you know, a sphere that relies on cyclical mechanisms that produce our unstable surrounding ecology. So this phrase, phase state Earth, on the one hand designates a planetary regulation of matter that tracks across solids, liquids, and gases, a whole range of viscosities and phase transitions that signal the really motile, the changeable nature of matter on the planet known as Earth. And yet, at the same time, this phrase, phase state Earth, I would say, in my research, more presently names a condition of phase transition disturbance and unknowability that the planetary Earth has become bound by, and that dates back to the Industrial Revolution, and that, as we know, has been periodized by geologists as the maybe too human Anthropocene. And so it's this phase state Earth, a condition of cyclical, open-ended disturbance, phase transitions, accelerating, decelerating, of matter becoming transitional, that I've sought to document through this research project by assembling something I call a drift path theory. And this drift path theory is one that is trying to attend to our times and everyday environmental conditions. And for me, of course, to follow the dissolution of ice in places such as the Ilulissat is to drift into the undoing of this Earth. To drift under the conditions of carbon-driven warming is to follow where melting ice leads. And in many ways, these are really the core methodological preoccupations and positions of the kind of long-term research project and soon to be published book called Phase State Earth. And the really driving question of it is really how to follow contemporary environmental phenomena through their dissolution. How to track a vast range of elemental conditions becoming matter out of phase. And drift path theory, as a method, is to submit to the damaged elemental realities of matter increasingly becoming out of phase in the face of our warming planet. More generally, the book, as you are kind of transitioning into, moving here at 65 degrees latitude, is structured by these latitudes, often kind of colonial form of cartography superimposed on top of the planetary Earth. And I followed these drift paths across these latitudes in order to see what melting ice leaves in its wake. To drift, for me, is to kind of transit through narratives in place of climate colonialism. As I showed with Bradford's photographs, when ice melts, we can make out the southern coal left in its crystalline structure. But of course, in the same instant, in its transition from ice to water, Nuna, which is a Nuclear term for land, which encompasses water or also ice, water in its solid state. Nuna melts, of course, under the feet of Inuit communities across the Arctic. And so drift path theory followed these phase transitions to locate elemental undoings in the present. And in so doing, it collects these undoings as a series of drift paths located at the Earth's rings of latitude, so that ice can retain these ephemeral traces of southern dispossession and pollution. For many of you, of course, located in Spain at the very moment, possibly coming from other parts of the world, you could probably say that ice has become a kind of material commonplace in the carbon cultures that surround contemporary climate change. Think of it as a kind of material barometer, retreating sea ice, or symbolic yardstick, melt rates, things measured often by climate science. Ice also does a kind of more ephemeral work as a kind of pan-global substance that anthropologist Julie Cruikshank has shown can in a way kind of listen and respond to human activity and hubris. And ice is a phase of matter that I would say is becoming out of phase. And ices now speak of our warming planet. Across the project, I use ices in a very intentional sense, going across the array of the cryosphere, so glaciers, sea ice, high alpine ice, and more. But ices in the project, as I deploy them, are really emblematic of this condition of phase state Earth. So they're indigenous life worlds, sites of scientific contest, projected resources. Ices are really matters that speak through the molecular and oceanic waves of global warming. And in some ways, as I'll share today, maybe one story, one narrative, these conditions of melt, they're really narratives that are urgent and need to be told today. So Julie Cruikshank has done a lot of work around this, and I want to quote her briefly, and she writes, narratives underscore the social content of the world and the importance of taking personal and collective responsibility for changes in that world. ICES, in this project, speak of the in-betweens, phase transitional matter that probably, I guess, if I had to situate myself within a disciplinary configuration, be that of the environmental humanities. And I think that configuration can begin to register through more attuned, lively, and mobile methods, you might say drifting methods, that follow environmental phenomena through their dissolution. And this method that I'm putting forward for all of you to consider was really inspired by Stefan Halmerick, an anthropologist at MIT, and his efforts recently to generate and position water not as what he calls a theory machine, but rather to embrace what he sees and calls being a thwart, a very nautical term, and to put forward a notion of theory, and I'm quoting Stefan here, as neither set above the empirical nor as simply deriving from it, but rather as crossing the empirical transversely. So for Stefan, water and theory are lively phenomena. They're caught in the world in all its relations, you might say. And one must move back and forth constantly to test the material over against the explanatory form or theoretical. And imagine this is probably what you've been doing over the course of this week in many exciting ways that I saw from the program. And so in this, drift path theory, I would say, relies on the tensions between what Cruikshank calls referential and constitutive narratives that are married apparent through distinct worlds. Nice. Referential narratives you could think of as describing kind of empirical reality at hand, whereas constitutive narratives, in a sense, project into the future and have the ability to reconstitute how we interact with the material reality that surrounds us. And so drift path theory moves towards ways of materially organizing these worlds of ice that can, I hope, make them available for southern forms of responsibility. There are kind of long echoes here, of course, of different ways in which this work has become manifest. And so, like Bradford's Justy Cole sedimented in Greenland's ice sheet, we need to really attend to how drift paths are equally referential, like I said, describing a kind of socio-historical reality, and constitutive. They have this power to create or to establish what they signify. And the drift paths that make up this project trace their meandering route across the human rings imposed on the planet Earth. But what I will only kind of give you a taste of today is this polar drift from the Arctic to the Antarctic. Imagine it's starting, of course, at 66 degrees north latitude, and how they're inscribing referential and constitutive narratives of our phase state for ices on their ways to waters and atmospheres. So if we are in the midst of living the consequences of matter becoming out of phase with pre-existing climatological cycles, you could say that we are experiencing the ends of climate change. I'd briefly like to just say a word on the structure of the book, and I've been sharing here some of my own photographs, similar kind of method that I developed in the book that and project that Marina mentioned, Slow Disturbance, in a way of tracking how, in this case, global warming could be thought of as a kind of new settler, a new form of infrastructural colonial incursion in places like Ilunnaq, small a port community in Kalaalleq in Greenland, near Ilulissat, in fact, just to the south. And these photographs really try to track this process of emergence of these infrastructural conditions generated by global warming. But I also want to share certain structure in the book where a collaboration with Inuk artist from Nunavik, which is the northern region of Quebec, the province that I'm in, named Niap. And so Niap is creating a series of watercolors. Water is taken from her home community of Kuujjuaq and from a river that's meaningful to her. And in her own words, I'll quote Niap, what's exciting to her, quote, is the idea of painting over an existing work and continuously recreating it and never having the first work exist again. And this ties so well with the idea of melting ice, melting millennia-old ice that will never come back, that will never be the same again. So throughout the book, these watercolors will be interspersed with some of the photography you've been seeing and other, what I call drift path notes. And one I'd like to share now, this is again at the Arctic Circle, is one that hopefully might more directly connect some of your interests around energy imaginaries and their links to digital infrastructures. So this is kind of the second half of my presentation that will be around 10 minutes. Sorry, it's a bit nosy here. My kids are, of course, hanging out. So in the summer, when the pack ice has disappeared, you arrive here at Nuukisiorfiits, which is the Greenlandic energy providers, Buxafjord hydroelectric plant. And in the summer, you, of course, arrive by boat. On the far edge of the Greenlandic ice sheet, at the end of the Kangersulunga Fjord, the plant supplies Nuuk, which is the capital of Kalaalleq of Greenland, with 45 megawatts of power. So this is glacial water-derived energy that is translated into Netflix streaming, hot sauna air, and glowing phosphorescence from the street lamps that trace along the city streets. And so, as with much infrastructure across southern regions, energy in Greenland signals how environments and their extensions through infrastructure can be put to work in the service of enabling the day-to-day lives of humans. Infrastructure, as ubiquitous as the term has become, really designates a kind of process of relationship building and maintenance. In this case, it designates how moving glacial water can be put into relation with the urban lives of Greenlanders and Nuuk. Infrastructural relations aren't about establishing commensurate values between a given environment and the provision of utility. Rather, these relations, particularly as they're grounded in a place such as Nuuk, predicated on the forms of life they enable, strain. For the next, as I said, 10 minutes or so, I'd like to work around this question of how Arctic infrastructures live, how they respond to their surrounding material and ecological conditions that are, of course, as you know, in dramatic flux due to global warming. And through this living, how they enable certain forms of life and not others. In this sense, living Arctic infrastructures is both a condition and an open-ended process. Glacial water that is always moving downwards, following gravity off the ice sheet towards the fjord, and a 45 megawatt threshold that establishes a definite limit on Greenland's energy imaginary. So this plant that you see was completed in 1993. It's a Norwegian-style plant, which means that the turbine hall and aqueduct, which you don't see here, are located underground, dug out of the steep walls of the fjord that you can see behind this initial building that's really more staff quarters and other kind of facilities to enable the functioning of the turbine hall. The lake, Kang Lake, that supplies the plant is several kilometers inland. So you have an intake tunnel that crosses that distance. And one outcome of this style of plant construction, of course, is that the plant gives this impression of existing on its own at the end of the fjord. And I'll show you some more photos that give you a better sense of that. And it's really only the high voltage transmission lines that seem to glide out from the plant's facade, making their way towards Nuuk, that suggests the longer chain of infrastructural and environmental relations that connect the plant to Kang Lake and the ice sheet beyond. And these are the lines heading towards Nuuk. infrastructures, of course, following the theoretical and foundational work of ethnographer Susan Lee Starr, really are both ecological and relational. In this regard, you could think of the material politics that infrastructures embody point to, in a sense, distributed constituencies that are often local and agonistic in decolonizing contexts, but such seemingly mundane and often invisible pipes, road networks, and telecommunication systems subtend. But Starr offers us a kind of rejoinder when she says, quoting her, the image becomes more complicated when one begins to investigate large-scale technical systems in the making, or to examine the situations of those who are not served by a particular infrastructure. So the Buxtehude hydroelectric plant, seen through the optic of ice sheet melt, participated by global warming, is indeed a large-scale technical system that is in many respects still in the process of being made. While it has an engineered production limit of 45 megawatts, the largest in the country by a large measure, you could think of its malleability resides in the symbolic and cultural valences that enter into relation with provisioning of energetic water through these unprecedented melting events. Under the conditions imposed by global warming, that, as we know, are amplified in the polar region, the water that steadily flows into the plant's spinning turbines, you could say, has become a kind of variant of itself, as if its own sense of matter had come to be replicated by, you could say, a kind of carbon-derived solute. The bounding together of ecologies and infrastructures, as another anthropologist, Ashley Karst, and other scholars have shown, make infrastructural relations established by hydroelectric plants into, you could say, temporary lines across active environments that erode, rust, and fracture. I think it's key to pause on those terms, temporary infrastructure and active environments. Indeed, in the Arctic, in particular, these relations possess kind of temporal markers that pivot around ethical horizons established by global environmental change. So how water as energy comes to be coupled with the melting and accelerating melt of the ice sheet itself. And so I came to see this dimension of the plant through a really remarkable artifact, film, actually. I just wanted to share a trailer of it. It hasn't been released, and so I'm just going to stop sharing for a second and then share another. Sorry, where'd it go? Oh, I need to open the window. There it is. So this is a film created by, at the time, a PhD student at Dartmouth College named Hunter Snyder, and called Safanya in Atlantic, or The Hunters of the Current. And I'll just play you the trailer right now for a second. It's about 2 minutes long. Hopefully you can get the audio. There we go. Just go back to my presentation. So yes, I met Hunter actually when I was at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire on a Fulbright a few years ago now, and we were just introduced by a kind of mutual friend, and it turns out that, like me, Hunter had spent some time at this very remote hydroelectric station in Western Greenland. And he made this really remarkable film. You see, follows primarily one person, Jens. So there's two plant workers at any one time, and Jens was one of the two whom I met as well when I went there. And so workers at the plant are brought in for 2-week shifts, either by helicopter in the winter or boat in the summer, depending on the ice conditions generally. And they really are responsible for instead ensuring this kind of steady flow of electricity to Nuuk. And what's remarkable about Hunter's film, just showing some stills from it here, is how it kind of builds a silent portrait of Jens as a plant worker who is really oddly in tune with his everyday environment. So as you saw, he attends to the needs of the plant, checking gauges, valves, cleaning surfaces, while also maintaining his own sense of physical and mental well-being, biking, exercising. In a lot of ways, I see Jens as a sort of allegorical figure that can allow us how to make out how we can live with the mundane, everyday realities of global climatic change. In his world, you kind of make do with the environment you inhabit. That is, you run and cycle up and down the planet's axis tunnel. You maintain a sense of physical and mental readiness for forays out onto the land, to hunt for what you can. Much like the fast and, you could think for now, steady water that flows through the plant to create the necessary electricity for Nuuk's urban living, Jens's work life is regulated by the unvarying flow of snowmelt. By the film's end, it almost seems as if Jens and the hydroelectric station are interchangeable entities, generators of energy out of the environment. So the film foregrounds how we, as carbon subjects, and this is a kind of conceptual category and subject position that I develop in the book, and largely these are carbon subjects across the global north, how in a sense we need to be accountable for the worlds that we have helped create. That the Earth and the Anthropocene has really become one such world, really, I would have to say, kind of pessimistically a fact of life. A wonderful shot from the film, I don't actually quite have it, but it lingers on a boat that is kept in, actually behind these gates, you can't quite see it, in a recess, a small boat that's kept in a recess of one of the access tunnel. And of course, at first sight, it makes for an odd image, a boat underground. Seems very odd. Then you realize that the boat and the tunnel itself are there should the controlled flow of water break down and a disastrous flood might ensue. So this is the tunnel that comes down from Kang Lake and feeds the turbine hall. The image of the lifeboat, I would say, tweaks how we see Jens's life at the plant, and by extension, its significance for our day-to-day lives with climate change. Learning to live in the world we as carbon subjects have built is to learn to live, you could think, with dangerous water. It makes me think about sea level rise, uncertain energy, in this case, this is snowmelt and melt events more generally, and a range of climate effects that are human-induced. And for me, drift path theory really relies on this recognition. But of course, it also relies on the fact that the undoing of ice is not necessarily inevitable. It's a process of contamination and commodification, infrastructure building and maintenance. And all of these, of course, can be changed. As a really fantastic scholar of infrastructure, Deb Cohen, writes, infrastructure is by definition, of course, future-oriented. I'm quoting Deb here. It's assembled in the service of worlds to come. Infrastructure demands a focus on what underpins and enables formations of power and the material organization of everyday life. Out of phase matter, I would say, is really our conjuncture. Precarity, in some ways, is the new balance. And yet, I'd say it's essential to recognize that the future is defined by Greenland's infrastructural life. Don't really discount or set aside longstanding indigenous land or water-based conceptions of self-definition. Rather, as fishers and hunters in Kalaalleq Nunaat, Greenland will readily relate infrastructural relations around energy and ice, power skidoos, generators, and satellite phones are part of their lives and livelihoods. You think about this as kind of pairing metabolism and entropy, energy and effect. And ice, I would say, has the capacity to reflect these material realities. So what I've hopefully showed you, in a sense, is how to drift with ice is to drift into infrastructural chains of commodification, causation, and accountability. Of course, CO2 may not be straightforwardly rising, but it is following, say, the meteorological contours of the Earth towards the poles. In Greenland and elsewhere in the circumpolar world, the new settler really is climate change. And it follows that out-of-phase ice is, in a sense, the language that this life world speak. Drifting into these ice infrastructures are the means by which to uncover the set of relations that can start to make the carbon subject accountable, in some ways means for unknowable ends, narratives for the climates to come. The question I'd like to end with, all of you, and I think maybe collectively, around is what does it accomplish to establish a drift path in the face of the effects of global warming? For me, it can often feel like a kind of wake work, Christina Sharp's term, kind of toiling in the afterlives of colonialism. Ice, perhaps more so than other forms of matter, and maybe media more broadly, can register the marks left by the important work of annotation and redaction, these ways of kind of marking a counter narrative to melt that Sharp puts forward in relation to the recognition of Black survival. So it's not only through coal and other pollutants, but also through persistence, presence, and care, primarily lived through and by Indigenous communities. In a lot of ways, these Indigenous communities I haven't touched on in this talk, and of course touch on in the book, they have lived on with and through within their own understandings of time. And this is what a matter such as ice, held as it is in the possibility of cyclical renewal, can signal in the face of intensifying heat. Another phase will come. Waters are, of course, bodies that weave in and out of global warming's reach. And in lots of ways, we should not forget that ice can also emerge from melt. So I'll end there, and sorry, I went a little over time, but I know we have at least a few minutes and maybe have a bit of a discussion. It's possible in your hybrid setup, which I know can sometimes be challenging. I'll stop sharing for now.
Thank you, Rafico, for very precise and nuanced presentation of your work. And I appreciate also your kids and partner who are holding the space for you to represent on a Saturday morning. Well, I have a few questions. First of all, I thought it was very beautiful, also sad, this image that you used to start, this image of the smoke, and how it relates to the need to analyze processes through time-based practices, right? Like, in order to be able to see the implications that our actions have in the past, present, and future. I think that's a very important point. Then the second, maybe also very important, is that today we will go through, ice and melting ice, to the mountains, to the deep waters, and finally to reflect on questions about energy. And previously, before your talk started, I was discussing with Estrella Alfaro, who will talk after you, and she pointed to the fact that many times we consider that materials are renewable because are coming from cycles that could be repeated. But it took so much time for a mountain to exist and to different materials to form that conception is actually wrong, is misleading. And you mentioned the same about ice, and I think was very revealing as well. We say, okay, we always, and at least myself many times, I fall into the trap of conceiving ice and water as something, especially ice as something that could be exist again, through precipitation, etc. That obviously is not the case of these massive bodies of ice that are in the Arctic or the Antarctic, but what you mentioned about this ice won't exist again, for me was also very telling. And I don't know if that's something that an understanding of that situation has been shifting over time, or something that you have seen that people is much more aware of these, that these eyes won't actually be the same anymore?
Yeah, nice to meet you, Estrella. Sorry I can't be there in person to hear your presentation, but I think it's, the kind of conversations I'd love to participate in, because I think this is exactly tying to maybe some of the questions you're talking about too, the kind of notion of an energy imaginary that can be tied to renewables, of course. And in this very specific case, the Greenlandic ice sheet, as you said, it's a kind of type of ice that is formed over many, many thousands of years. And now it's melting, has presented Greenland with a kind of opportunity, to fulfill this energy imaginary through hydroelectricity. And I think this has become more complex in a lot of ways, and interesting ways, through different governments, and a notion of Greenlandic independence and sovereignty through resources that has really divided many Greenlanders, actually. But I think, it makes you realize that this kind of cyclical renewal has, through the kind of figure of the Greenlandic ice sheet, been really kind of broken. And if we are kind of on this path of kind of one-way melt, how does that shift our relationship to this kind of maybe false horizon of energy justice through renewables or other forms of water-derived energy? It's worrisome, definitely, but I think it also it kind of generates for us a kind of different elemental imaginary, maybe moving towards wind, waves, the sun, and actually complicates certain relationships we as humans have established with environmental cycles more generally.
I found also just explained very well the paradox of how the melting of the ice could actually be serving our purposes of having extra renewable energy, right? That is something that we will cover today. And we have seen over the past days how the Nordic regions have been more and more instrumentalized. Well, they have been, as you have shown, always been. But also they are very much in the public discourse because are where the data centers are located in search of better conditions for climatization, or exactly where the melting of the ice allows for having hydroelectric generation of energy. And going directly to the question of digital infrastructures, the melting of the ice is also discussed as a possibility of landing new fiber optic cables that will connect continents easier through the Nordic, the North Passage. For not to say like the amount of mining projects that are also proliferating, or the speculations that are around that region. You work very closely with indigenous communities. Do you think, what is the status of those struggles, particularly in the place where you are now living in Canada, that has a vast territory where, is, as we have discussed in this week, a lot of ectoplasm territories, like territories that are people that lives in Montreal or Quebec, or, they are not seen every day. It's such a vast extension, and yet those places in many cases are inhabited. And they are important places for herding, are important places for local traditions, and are more and more in danger. What do you think is happening, how the government is responding to those questions, the general populations, scholars like you, but also you work in an institution? What is the current discussion around these issues? And if you are hopeful in any way?
I mean, it's it's of course important to recognize the kind of very, in a sense, like the kind of legacies of settler colonialism across the Arctic that have generated very different conditions for very different northern indigenous communities. So even, very kind of artificial boundaries, nation-state boundaries, between in the Western Arctic, let's say between Alaska and Eyak communities there, and communities in the western part of Nunavut, Northern Canadian Territory, is actually very, it's remarkable to see how these kind of legacies of colonialism and different government policies around extraction, environmental, more generally kind of environmental regulation, they really do become very manifest within these communities over time. And so in a sense, you need to kind of extricate those legacies of settler colonialism with the kind of maneuvers and techniques, often local, sometimes at this kind of territorial level, in the sense of a self-administered territory that the Inuit communities in Canada have. And you need to recognize these margins where Indigenous forms of sovereignty might be made more manifest. And I can just give the example of digital infrastructures. I have a fairly new project on Nunavut and its own reliance primarily on satellite-based forms of telecommunications provision. And in a lot of ways, as you mentioned, Marina, the melting of sea ice in the Northwest Passage has kind of projected this future of hardline fiber optic cable for Nunavut in particular, as like potentially completely changing the forms of connectivity that they might rely on. And yet, of course, it hasn't happened, not yet. And satellite remains this kind of this reality that they live in, extremely high cost, slow, unreliable. And in a lot of ways, it's complicated because in a lot of ways, the histories of colonialism are histories of connection and forced connection, of putting northern communities into contact with southern communities and concerns. And of course, as we know, digital infrastructures become tied up in those forms of forced connection. And even the Inuktitut term for the internet, roughly, Inuktitut is the dialect largely spoken across Nunavut, roughly translates as traveling through layers. And so for many Inuit communities, there's a kind of reminiscence of forced colonial connection in the arrival of digital infrastructures, and by extension, the ways in which they've become enmeshed with forms of resource extraction that are often beneficial in many ways to these territorial governments, but also that come up very strongly against the interests and concerns and livelihoods of local hunters and other community members. So it's a very complex terrain, ectoplasmic, you would say, and it's one that really signals the ways in which we can't forget how digital infrastructures and forms of forced connection are really legacies of colonialism as well.
Just my last question, because I know that you also have to go and probably people in the audience have questions. There were two also concepts that to me were really fascinating. Even if they are, we should consider that, but the fact that you mentioned the carbon-based bodies, like acknowledging our own making, but also how we as also modern subjectivities have been, dependent on, extraction, coal, and etc. No? So for me, it was also very, something very interesting. And similarly, thinking about a term that generally we take for granted, like infrastructure. How infrastructure, the position that it takes in your project, I think is very fascinating. And at the same time, I was thinking, and it's something that I've been thinking throughout the last years, is it because infrastructure allows, thinking in such a way that gives the image that we can solve huge problems through kind of these, modernist projects of generating infrastructure for traveling, for consuming, for producing, for moving, etc. So many times I wonder if the infrastructural thinking can be repurposed, or infrastructural thinking is only connected to forms of extraction and exploitation. Like thinking, is it this type of, I never made this question in public, but or share this concern in public, but thinking that you are using infrastructure in is such an important part of your work, I wonder if you can conceive an infrastructure otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of hard to characterize a kind of subfield of infrastructure studies. You could, and there's a lot of interesting current work emerging around that, and particularly I'm thinking about Deb Cohen, who I mentioned, who's a geographer at the University of Toronto, and her and Winona LaDuke, a well-known Indigenous activist, have put forward, kind of ways of thinking about infrastructural life that emerge from Indigenous communities and through particular, even often energy projects, related to solar power. And so I think, absolutely, I mean, I think there are ways of repurposing scale and legacies of colonial infrastructures in a way that can benefit Indigenous communities in particular. And I think, like I kind of showed with the Sarfaniat film, that infrastructural life is kind of, in some ways, all that remains. It's kind of conditioned of always being mediated by the conditions of global warming, even in seemingly, quote unquote, kind of pristine natural environments, that in some ways that doesn't exist anymore. And so thinking about how our conditions are that of infrastructural life, then it becomes necessary to kind of reconceptualize how we can support land-based understandings of infrastructure that are less extractive and can actually support Indigenous communities on the ground in a way. I can send along some references afterwards too, if it's useful, around some of that work.
I always try to give some sort of, form of holding on to some sort of optimism every day. So just we were also asking Joan Evans about, is there such a thing as sustainable mining? And he was referring to how we can mine our houses, how we can reuse things that are already there, but also referring to the wastelands and the many deposits of wasted material coming from extraction that could be mined again. So, yeah, always within, all this context that is very depressing, also trying without being extremely optimistic or try to make it sweeter to digest, but trying to hold on to some sort of possibility of practice otherwise. So, yeah, thank you. I wonder if any of you have a question for Rafico. Not at the moment? Yes? Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. I would like to ask, how did you see the role of fiction in research? And I would like to somehow even extend from the previous question around infrastructure, about the relationship between fiction and infrastructure and the infrastructural role of fiction as well. And
Wonderful. Just so I heard you correctly, was it fiction,
Yes.
like kind of narrative and fiction, and that was with the first part of the question. It was also around
How do you
similarly.
see
Yes.
the relation between fiction and infrastructure, and if you consider, the fictionality, fictionality as a part of a possible understanding of these conditions, or the way in which we connect to infrastructure and these dreams?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, one of the don't call them chapters in the book because it's kind of more fluid. But one of the episodes looks at efforts in the 1970s by the then commissioner in charge of desalination in Saudi Arabia to tow icebergs from the Antarctic to Saudi Arabia. And largely those icebergs were going to serve as sources of irrigation water. So of course this emerged because Saudi Arabia, and I describe this as a kind of form of resource dreaming, projected this future where oil would no longer be available to them. And so this kind of resource horizon, this resource dream that they had to maintain into the future could only come about if they could find alternatives, and so icebergs became this kind of alternative resource in order to generate fresh water in this desert environment. Of course, that sounds like a kind of form of fiction. But in a way it was, and that's what I touch on. I didn't really touch on it here, but what I described in the book as forms of end media. So the title of the book, of course, is Phase State Earth: Ice at the Ends of Climate Change. And ends, of course, has this kind of dual meaning. Ends as in geographically removed, but also ends as a kind of form of intentionality. This as a kind of consequence. And so end media are, in a sense, in all the photographs, films, archival documents that I shared with you, these are kind of get assembled into these end media in the book. And in a way, they coalesce to precisely show these kinds of different futures that are possible by building infrastructural relationships. And it's a kind of method, I guess, that I rely on in a lot of my work to show how you can think otherwise around a kind of resource or energy horizon or imaginary. And it's this kind of notion of drifting, of moving through and across media, a kind of assembly that shows this tension between what I described as referential and constitutive narratives. And in that tension, the tension is really that of human action and responsibility in some ways, primarily within the sphere of the carbon subject and the global north more generally. And I think that is, it feels like a kind of a way of accounting for what is our shared reality, in a sense, without kind of being nihilistic about it and saying this is all a kind of fiction, but it's recognizing the ways in which we need to account for the infrastructural and ecological formations that we inhabit.
Yeah, maybe just to link with something we discussed in the last days, and a conversation that I had with Rafico not so long ago. Like we were discussing the question of Atacama Desert in Chile and, well, in general, the drought that is affecting a lot of regions in Chile, in part also connected to the climate change, but also the effects of extraction. So what's the connection is like who has the right for water or to water, mining companies, local populations, etc. So this question about bringing an iceberg from Antarctica to near Santiago, it has been something that has been discussed. And so is it fiction? Isn't fiction? But what it is a form also of speculation. And I was reminded recently also that in the World Expo in Seville, 1992, the Chilean pavilion brought actually an iceberg. And when you think about it, I don't know what will be the perspective today, but yeah, the Chilean government, as a representation of their own country, brought an iceberg from Chile. And it stays in Seville, in one of the most hottest places on Europe, just to say. So I think these imaginaries and these forms of accountability and forms of representation of natural resources, also in relation to the colonial, but also the state propaganda, are very complicated. Anyway. Just to leave it there, I thought this image of the Chilean iceberg in Seville was quite powerful. Rafico, thank you so much for being today with all of us, and congratulations on your work and this long-term also engagement that you have with these regions, these processes, and the peoples who are at stake, the bodies at stake in those transformations. And thank you for spending the Saturday morning with all of us. Very much appreciated. Yeah, an applause to Rafico. Thank you.
No, thank you, everyone. Thanks for making space for this kind of hybrid format. I know it's challenging. Thank you to TCI and others for helping to organize this. So it's really fantastic. Thanks for having me in your space. And enjoy the rest of the program. And I'll try to tune in tomorrow a little while.
Great. See you online then.
Okay.
Bye.
Wonderful. So long. Bye.
Bye. So, cambio ahora a castellano brevemente. Vamos a tener una pausa para que se prepare también Estrella Alfaro y esta presentación será en castellano. Y ha sido muy útil la traducción simultánea, así que muchísimas gracias también a las traductoras por el fabuloso trabajo, porque era complicado escuchar en ocasiones, así que lo agradezco mucho a todos vuestros esfuerzos y también a todas vosotras. Así que nos vemos en un ratito. ¿A qué hora? ¿En 10 minutitos? 10 minutitos hora madrileña y de vuelta aquí. Gracias.
Vale. ¿Pruebo? ¿No? Sí, ok. Perfecto.
Bueno, pues aquí estamos de nuevo. Ahora voy a hablar en castellano, en este momento totalmente como loco entre inglés y castellano, para dar la bienvenida a Estrella Alfaro. Estrella es experta en botánica y conservación de la biodiversidad, trabaja en la Universidad de León y en general está muy involucrada en todos los temas que sean de protección, pero también de visualizar los efectos que tienen las grandes infraestructuras energéticas en la cordillera cantábrica. Forma parte de muchos grupos de trabajo y lo nombro aquí porque ayer teníamos una conversación sobre qué tipo de infraestructuras, grupos de trabajo están presentes, por ejemplo, en Asturias o en Cantabria. Pues bueno, Fondo Jurídico para la Defensa de la Cordillera Cantábrica, la Plataforma para la Defensa de la Cordillera Cantábrica, Medinat y Luna Verde son algunas de los grupos de trabajo en los que estás involucrada, Estrella, y también nos contabas que a raíz de la conversación de ayer ella conoce a geólogos que no están en el lado oscuro. Así que para todos aquellos que necesitéis contar con un geólogo que esté en contra del extractivismo, pues contactar con Estrella. Estrella, muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotras hoy y todo tuyo.
Hola. Bueno, en primer lugar, muchísimas gracias por haberme invitado, por darme espacio y por darme voz, porque a mí me gusta decir que yo voy a poner voz a aquello que no se le pone voz normalmente, ¿no? Que no tiene voz o cuya voz no se escucha. En este sentido, pues vengo a hablar de algo que creo que me siento muy cómoda hablando de ello, que es la conservación de la biodiversidad. Deciros que mi disciplina efectivamente es la botánica. Yo soy botánica y de formación y de deformación, y que me considero, o mi trabajo se basa en biología de la conservación, y a mí me gusta también decir en biología de la conversación, ¿no? Así que gracias por invitarme, porque creo que parte de esta conversación os va a llegar y es lo que espero, ¿no? Voy ahora mismo a hablar también de mis compañeros. Mis compañeros son muchos, hay equipos de trabajo con técnicos, con especialistas, con gente preocupada por precisamente preservar lo que tenemos, porque dependemos de ello, ¿no? Y porque de alguna manera no se conserva lo que no se conoce. Entonces, bueno, la idea es un poco que conozcáis qué tenemos, por qué queremos conservarlo, por qué creemos que no es importante solo para nosotros, sino también para todos vosotros, ¿no? Creo que queda claro y, claro, obviamente aquí es un público fácil porque, por lo que os he escuchado, pues muchas de las personas ya habéis tenido conversaciones respecto a ello. ¿Por qué somos biodiversidad? ¿Por qué el extractivismo es incompatible con la conservación en la medida que se está llevando a cabo? Y es fácil venir aquí a hablar de esto, pero también a veces nos encontramos con que es difícil hablar de conservación en general en territorios donde está ocurriendo. Es un hándicap muy grande. A veces nos encontramos muchos problemas con que la gente tenga ese apego a su territorio, ese apego a las especies con las que conviven. Y bueno, pues realmente voy a trasladaros un poco lo que yo veo y también un poco esa perspectiva desde el punto de vista de nuestros grupos de trabajo. Primero, cuando me invitasteis me planteé cómo traer esto aquí, y entonces tuve una crisis personal que me ha llegado hasta el día de hoy, ¿no? Y que creo que va a seguir en un futuro, y esto está muy bien porque me abre otras puertas. Creo que hace falta empatía y filosofía. Entonces me va a encantar seguramente hablar con vosotros un poco más sobre esto, porque es difícil a veces plantearse cómo hablar en ciertos términos cuando las empresas o las administraciones ya han utilizado el lenguaje de una manera que nos hace sentirnos confundidos, ¿vale? De hecho, transición energética justa. Ya esta palabra, ¿no? Pongo esta palabra en una diapositiva y me doy cuenta de que es justicia. Porque, bueno, no sé si sabéis que el término transición energética justa pretende amortiguar los efectos que va a tener la descarbonización energética en territorios que se van a ver afectados económicamente. Pero claro, la justicia para mí es o tiene relación con otras palabras como son ética, equidad. Esta, quedárosla porque creo que es una de las claves, y honestidad. Y es aquí donde ya empiezo a tener yo misma una pequeña crisis, ¿no? Es justo con todos los organismos, esta transición energética se está llevando de manera igualitaria. Seguimos pensando que somos esos seres hegemónicos que pueden tratar el sistema de una manera unilateral, o vamos a empezar a pensar en que en este cambio de paradigma que necesitamos, de paradigma económico y social, que debería de conllevar esta transición justa realmente, vamos a participar de una manera equitativa y justa con los seres no vivos, o sea, perdón, con los seres no humanos. Y bueno, pues esta es una cuestión a la que le he estado dando vueltas y me apetecía precisamente traeros algo que ya habéis comentado, pues tanto Marina como Rafico, en cuanto al lenguaje. Entonces me viene muy bien porque yo lo he querido trasladar a esto, a cómo el lenguaje nos va a afectar y cómo nos va a afectar a este nivel de territorio. Obviamente, cuando esperamos que haya una transición energética justa, esperamos efectivamente esa equidad, esa justicia y que esto se derive a unos planes estratégicos que estén adaptados. Bueno, ahora mismo España se ha convertido en una de las 10 potencias mundiales en producción energética, pues, en este caso de energía solar. Nos hemos convertido en una gran potencia energética, no tenemos sol, pero ¿de dónde vienen esos recursos? ¿Hay suficientes recursos o vamos a tener suficiente extracción de esos recursos o recuperación para seguir manteniendo esto? Bueno, pues estas son preguntas que supongo que os habéis planteado estos días, que seguiremos planteándonos. Si seguimos con los modelos actuales, la respuesta es no, no hay suficientes recursos, cada vez cuesta más extraerlos. Y, bueno, pues si somos una potencia líder, igual habría que plantearse no solamente cómo se está sucediendo, con qué agresividad se están invadiendo territorios, con qué agresividad las empresas llegan y empiezan a competir con no solamente animales, sino formas de vida en el lugar, ¿no? Bueno, esta imagen, la que tenéis en la parte inferior izquierda, yo creo que os sonará porque además ya fue traída aquí, ¿no? Y he decidido volver a ponerla porque para mí es la imagen que mejor representa justamente cómo debería ser un plan estratégico que estuviera adaptado a esta transición justa. Debería acercarse la producción al consumo. Esto evitaría muchos problemas, pero además haría que fuéramos conscientes de nuestras decisiones. Os ponía aquí, bueno, estos gráficos están disponibles, son de la Red Eléctrica Española. De hecho, este gráfico está basado en esos datos, solamente que es mucho más llamativo. Pero bueno, a día de hoy me pregunté, bueno, pues por ejemplo, qué comunidad autónoma era la que ahora mismo tenía más potencia eólica instalada. Y precisamente es en la que vivo, en Castilla y León, ¿no? Y bueno, Comunidad de Madrid, para también haceros partícipes a vosotros, ¿no? No por otra cosa, ahora mismo no tiene potencia instalada en cuanto a energía eólica. Han puesto que no existen datos en la gráfica, pero hasta el día de hoy sabemos que no existen estas instalaciones. Bueno, habría que plantearse de nuevo cómo se produce, dónde se produce y toda la infraestructura que requiere que se produzca en un lugar y no en otro y su transporte. Esto es lo que unos llaman planes estratégicos adaptados, pero que también se conoce como colonialismo energético. La implementación de estas infraestructuras está siendo de tal magnitud e, insisto, ocupa tantos territorios que de manera inherente está afectando a la biodiversidad, pero también a eso, a las formas de vida y a la sociedad. Aquí vuelvo a la misma diapositiva, pero en este caso solar fotovoltaica. como veis, va por colores y la región que más produce en este caso es Extremadura, que más potencia tiene instalada ahora mismo. Y bueno, de nuevo, pues, exceptuando Castilla-La Mancha, Andalucía, que también están produciendo muchísimo, pues, y exceptuando el norte, que no tiene tantas horas de sol, ya veis que hay algunas regiones que tampoco están siendo afectadas. De nuevo volvemos a lo mismo y pasamos de planes estratégicos que deberían estar adaptados a un colonialismo energético, que es como nosotros desde el territorio lo sentimos. Hemos pasado también por la minería del carbón, hemos pasado por embalses para producción energética, por supuesto, también para riego. Y ahora, bueno, pues el territorio se está viendo afectado por esta nueva producción energética de la que prácticamente no somos partícipes. Bueno, en estos planes estratégicos adaptados, una de las variables que tendría en cuenta sería, por ejemplo, no sé si veis este gráfico de aquí, en el momento del máximo histórico que tuvimos de consumo fue de 50 gigavatios. Una reducción, una mejora de los sistemas ha hecho que no lleguemos de nuevo a ese máximo histórico. Se produjo hace 10 años. Bueno, pues la pregunta es si alguien realmente estos datos se pueden analizar de muchas formas y quizás conlleven algo más que aquí una conversación. Pero la pregunta es, ¿por qué no adaptamos realmente lo que necesitamos a lo que estamos produciendo? ¿Por qué, si ahora mismo existen tantos proyectos, todavía más de los que os podéis imaginar, ahora os pondré también alguna gráfica, si no estamos necesitando tanta energía? Y bueno, esta gráfica es de esta mañana, desde el 1 del 2022, o sea, desde enero hasta noviembre. Y ahora mismo estamos exportando un 74% de la energía que, bueno, digamos, de las entradas y salidas de energía de la península, nosotros estamos exportando más que importamos. ¿Vale? Entonces, quizás la pregunta más obvia es ¿dónde está la energía? ¿Quién la necesita? ¿Dónde va? ¿Dónde se produce? ¿Quién se hace partícipe de esas ganancias? Etcétera. Estos datos, insisto, los tenéis en Red Eléctrica Española e insisto en que quizás hay que analizarlos mucho más detenidamente con analistas de datos y es posible que haya algunas disciplinas que puedan opinar mejor que yo, que soy de biodiversidad, obviamente. Pero a mí me preocupan porque esto es lo que está produciendo la ocupación del terreno, ¿vale? El problema viene de que no ha habido realmente un plan estratégico real. Cuando el Plan Nacional de Energía y Clima se inicia, ¿vale?, requiere una declaración ambiental estratégica. Esa declaración ambiental estratégica tiene como, digamos que muy buenas intenciones, pero la realidad es que ahora mismo la ordenación territorial en España depende de las comunidades y el plan es nacional, ¿vale? No sé si esto lo estoy explicando bien. Hay un plan que es nacional, que debería de tener una estrategia, pero la ordenación territorial en este país compete a las comunidades autónomas. Esto quiere decir que ellas van a tomar las últimas decisiones y pese a que nosotros tenemos todos que ver en esto, en esta forma de estar construyendo esta energía, no se están tomando las mejores decisiones porque no se hace de una manera integral, que es lo que requeriría ahora mismo esta escena. Bueno, me planteo que bueno, todo esto a veces tiene esos pequeños coladeros que tiene el lenguaje, que hay que utilizar el lenguaje bien. Y hablábamos eso de qué es sostenible y qué no es sostenible. La energía es sostenible. Cuando hablamos de energías sostenibles, la energía no es sostenible o no deja de serlo. La producción energética se basa en fuentes que son sostenibles, pero es la fuente. La producción no lo es. ¿Qué es energía verde? Yo cuando oigo energía verde no tengo esta imagen en la cabeza, pero esta imagen es la realidad. ¿Cómo puede considerarse verde una energía que está haciendo una remoción de la vegetación? que está convirtiendo las cimas de las montañas en polígonos industriales, que está eliminando hábitats y además dos de las principales causas de extinción son la eliminación de poblaciones y la fragmentación de los hábitats. No puede ser ni considerarse verde. Recuerdo la primera vez que yo entré en un parque eólico. A mí este eufemismo me causó también un trastorno. De hecho, creo que estoy hoy aquí por esto. Hace 10 años buscaba plantas en Galicia que eran muy comunes y que salían en los arroyos, en la parte baja de los arroyos. Y cuando yo llego hace 10 años a aquello y entro en un parque eólico, de lo que me doy cuenta es de que ha cambiado la escorrentía superficial del suelo, de tal manera que plantas que eran comunes desaparecen. Y ahí yo dije, ¿qué es un parque? ¿Podemos llamarle a esto un parque? Ese eufemismo nos está haciendo que nosotros de alguna manera terminemos aturdidos, confundidos. Plantas. La palabra planta, yo me dedico a conservar plantas, ¿no? y me resulta también muy duro pensar que esto lleva el término planta. Pero llega un momento en que creo que ellos mismos, como un mentiroso, ¿no? que llega a creerse sus mentiras, se les va tanto de las manos que ahora buscan apicultores para producir miel en plantas solares. No sé si es que realmente el juego del lenguaje es más dañino de lo que realmente creemos. De nuevo, biodiversidad. Nos venden que estas instalaciones están manteniendo la biodiversidad, son compatibles con ella. Voy a leer, porque aquí no quiero leer una frase de Daniel Melendi que dice: para lograr una aproximación seria al significado de la biodiversidad, su dinámica y su problemática, es imprescindible conocer cómo la red de la vida se estructura, organiza y transcurre en nuestro planeta. Sin este contexto de referencia, la biodiversidad se convierte en una mera y estética colección de plantas y animales, deformándose por ello su profundo significado. La biodiversidad es algo más que plantas y animales, de hecho. Plantas, animales son los 7 reinos interconectados de una manera que permite que nosotros hoy en día estemos aquí. Es complejo. Desde luego, mi concepto de biodiversidad tampoco es esto. Esto lo conecto con la anterior. Dice, la primera miel solar ecológica del mundo es española. Y dice, este hilo demuestra que la convivencia entre plantas fotovoltaicas y biodiversidad funciona. La biodiversidad, obviamente, es mucho más. Y conservar las abejas, que han estado tan de moda porque la conservación de la abeja nos llevó también a un choque cerebral, porque cuando se habla de conservar las abejas, no se habla solamente de la apis mellifera, que es ganado, ¿vale? Se habla de las abejas solitarias, de los himenópteros, de muchas abejas silvestres, que son las que realmente están haciendo ese servicio ecosistémico que es la polinización del que dependemos. De la misma manera, refugios de biodiversidad, y yo aquí veo ganado. Y entonces me pregunto, ¿biodiversidad son las vacas en extensivo? ¿Son necesarias? Probablemente sí, si queremos comer carne de buena calidad, pero no todo tiene que ser ganado en extensivo y mucho menos vender esto como biodiversidad. Y también, bueno, esta imagen, creo, perdón, que fue, me salto las sorpresas. Esta imagen dio vueltas el Día de la Biodiversidad, si mal no me equivoco, y de nuevo vender biodiversidad, un monocultivo de girasoles, me parece ofensivo, me parece obsceno, sinceramente. Y bueno, esta es la realidad. Esta es la imagen que yo tengo de una planta solar fotovoltaica en la que de nuevo han eliminado la vegetación, se han perdido las primeras capas de carbono del suelo y bueno, me pregunto si realmente vuestra imagen de biodiversidad es esta. Si lo es, por favor, darle una vuelta, porque esto no es biodiversidad y es lo más alejado de la biodiversidad que yo conozco. De nuevo nos vamos al cambio en el paisaje, ¿no? Un paisaje que nosotros en la península tenemos una serie de paisajes que tampoco creo que deban recordarnos a esto, ¿vale? Simplemente lo pongo también por no puedo pararme en todo, ¿no? Pero sí que quería hacer la reflexión de cómo van a cambiar nuestros paisajes a partir de ahora. Y de hecho recuerdo el último viaje que hicimos, que yo fui a casa, a Cuenca, y otra vez subiendo hacia el norte pasamos por la carretera entre Guadalajara y Burgos y aquello me pareció, es esto, ¿no? No sé, un cambio de paisaje que yo no había vivido nunca y que os animo a que si no conocéis ese lugar, cojáis el coche y entréis dentro de la problemática y penséis si realmente esto es, de nuevo, una energía sostenible, renovable. Y aquí entraba también nuestra conversación anterior de qué es renovable y qué no lo es. Los recursos geológicos no son renovables porque no hay una posible recuperación. Cualquier afección que hagamos es irreversible, con lo cual no es renovable. Y ahora me voy a mi territorio, a nuestro territorio, que es vuestro también, ojo, y deciros que la cordillera Cantábrica y su entorno ahora mismo, actualmente, tiene implementados 8.410 aerogeneradores. Tampoco les voy a llamar molinos, me parece otro eufemismo. Son 433 complejos eólicos y todavía hay proyectados, y hay también el enlace con ¿para qué? 380 proyectos en tramitación con 3.986 turbinas de nueva generación. Y obviamente con lo que conlleva las líneas eléctricas y las pistas de acceso. Alrededor de todo este imaginario y este vocabulario me voy también a la palabra o a las palabras descarbonización energética y su significado. Y me planteo que esta energía renovable se supone va ligada a la descarbonización energética. Pero no sé si se está contabilizando, sí, algunas personas sí, ¿vale? Pero quiero que imaginéis el fuel que conlleva poner eso en el territorio. Pues si todavía nos lo llevamos a la cima de una montaña, el fuel se multiplica. Pero si además estas montañas son turberas ombrotróficas, todavía el problema se agrava. Y ahora voy a explicar qué es una turbera ombrotrófica. La Sierra del Sistral, por ejemplo, ¿vale? Y otras muchas están amenazadas precisamente porque son lugares idóneos para colocar estas infraestructuras. Las turberas son humedales en los que se acumula materia orgánica. Son algunos de los sumideros de materia orgánica más eficientes del planeta. ¿Cómo podemos considerar que estamos haciendo una descarbonización energética destrozando los sumideros más eficientes que hay? El ser humano aún no ha logrado hacer ninguna máquina, ninguna infraestructura, ni inventar nada que sea eficiente como las turberas. Si las turberas se destrozan, no solamente dejan de fijar carbono, es que son sumideros. ¿Cómo puede ser? Aparte de que, aquí enlazo con lo anterior, todas estas pistas, claro, aquí estamos en un plano, pero obviamente esto es una cresta de una montaña y fijaros las pistas tan intrincadas que hay que realizar para subir ahí esos gigantes. Bueno, dentro de las líneas de alta tensión que se van a generar, contaros que al menos todo lo que hay proyectado conlleva 5.713 kilómetros de líneas de alta tensión. Y esto supone 21.253 torretas y 11.400 hectáreas ocupadas por la faja de servidumbre. Las líneas de alta tensión son trampas potenciales para la fauna, sobre todo para la avifauna. Además, están fragmentando el hábitat y, de nuevo, eliminando poblaciones. ¿Vale? O sea, no solamente hablamos del problema que puedan tener las aspas de los aerogeneradores, sino también de las líneas de alta tensión. Y luego, dentro de este nuevo imaginario que creo que hay que contar, está la tensión que se produce en los pueblos. Y me apetecía contaros que estas eran las nuevas líneas de alta tensión que también se están produciendo. Son personas que están intentando defender su territorio. ¿Por qué estos territorios? Porque hay pocas personas. Hay pocas personas y además el suelo es barato, es una cuestión prácticamente económica. Con lo cual nos ha tocado ser ese territorio de sacrificio. Esta gráfica intenta proyectar el grado de perturbación de la cordillera cantábrica y la instalación de molinos. Digamos que las zonas donde están los parques activos y los proyectados son las zonas que menos grado de perturbación tienen. Insisto, estamos convirtiendo polígonos en polígonos industriales nuestras montañas, cuando ahora la tendencia es a llevar la biodiversidad a las ciudades, ¿no? Hay una tendencia a reverdecer, pero la realidad es que esa tendencia no puede alimentarse de que los únicos, digamos que las zonas que hay menos perturbadas y los únicos refugios sean, se conviertan en esto, en instalaciones. Ahora no quiere. Bueno. Este vídeo no quiero que parezca que estoy diciendo que se van a implementar aquí, ¿vale? Por ejemplo, esto es el Curavacas y ahí no va a haber molinos. En esta zona sí que hay proyectos, ¿vale? Lo que quiero también es que entendáis que todo esto forma parte de un conjunto. La cordillera cantábrica no se puede entender descontextualizándola. Es un corredor ecológico en sí misma. Toda la franja de este a oeste que consideramos que es esta cordillera cantábrica funciona como un corredor ecológico. Hay especies que se encuentran adaptadas a esas condiciones y eso hace que tengamos pues, esa biodiversidad tan especial y tan rica. Sabemos que es la cordillera situada más al oeste de Europa, al suroeste, perdón. Y eso hace que tenga unas condiciones también muy particulares. Bueno, lo que quería era mostraros también, de alguna manera, nuestra forma de verlo. No podemos aislar las montañas de una en una y decir aquí sí, aquí no. Tenemos que entender que todo esto es un ecosistema funcional porque está unido. Y, de hecho, hay leyes europeas que proclaman que las montañas y las cadenas montañosas se deban proteger en ese sentido. Entonces, la pregunta es por qué, dentro de ese cambio del lenguaje, consideramos esto un territorio de sacrificio. Hay que reflexionar si realmente esto es los territorios que queremos sacrificar. Y ya os digo, no es que todo lo que sale en estas imágenes vaya a verse afectado, pero sí que algunas de las zonas que salen, y ya os digo, yo creo que aquí queda más patente que nunca. Y aquí también me planteaba hablar de eso, de quién es el agua, de quién son estos recursos, a quién pertenecen y por qué se pueden utilizar para generar riqueza solamente a unos pocos. Así que, bueno, yo me planteo también, y esto no es mío, se lo he robado a Emilio de la Calzada, si esta transición ecológica no es una transacción económica. Y dentro de este juego también quería reflexionar sobre lo que os viene a la cabeza cuando se habla de fondos buitre, que son ahora mismo pues quizás los que están liderando esta transición. Porque a mí lo que me venía era esto. Esto es para mí un fondo buitre. Y digamos que esta fue la primera diapositiva que tuve clara de esta presentación. Quería deciros que es para mí un fondo buitre. No les importa la biodiversidad, no penséis eso. Son empresas que les importa su economía. Bueno, también quería hablar de otro concepto, que son los beneficios caídos del cielo. No sé si conocéis que los beneficios caídos del cielo son las ganancias que obtienen las tecnologías de generación eléctrica que no pagan derechos de CO2 y no usan gas. El precio de mercado de la energía se cubre al mismo precio que la fuente de generación más cara, que en este caso en España son los ciclos combinados de gas. Bueno, pues todos los beneficios que obtienen derivados de esos ajustes de precios se llaman beneficios caídos del cielo. Y aquí volvemos a cómo afectan a los pobladores de los territorios, que son nuestras comunidades indígenas. Bueno, pues aquí tenéis, por podéis rebuscar, que en Internet habrá empresas que digan que esto es inventado, otras que no, pero bueno, si fuera inventado, Europa no querría ponerles un impuesto, eso queda claro. Y bueno, realmente ha habido denuncias ya y sobre todo el año pasado y se vaciaron varios pantanos. Obviamente a nadie le importa si los regantes pueden regar o no, ni nuestra seguridad alimentaria, y eso ha quedado patente en el momento que hay denuncias. Pero claro, si la denuncia se puede pagar, si el beneficio es mayor de lo que puede resultar una denuncia, quizás si es que llega a buen puerto, quizás es lo que hay que plantearse, ¿no? Quizás también sean beneficios caídos del cielo, al igual que estos. Esto también son beneficios caídos del cielo. Esto, bueno, pertenece son imágenes de aves. No tengo muchas de murciélagos, pero también mueren en masa. Y esto es lo que yo también tengo en mi imaginario como beneficios caídos del cielo. Esto también hay que planteárselo porque son beneficios de no pagar un delito ambiental. Las empresas no están pagando los delitos ambientales. Estamos perdiendo el dinero que llevaría, o sea, que a los contribuidores nos debería llegar por tener estos delitos ambientales. Estos son delitos ambientales. Muchas de las especies que ustedes ven ahí están protegidas. Entonces, bueno, era mi imagen de beneficios caídos del cielo. Con todo esto decir que me gustaría que se llevara a cabo o se tuviera en cuenta el principio de precaución. ¿Vale? El principio de precaución, bueno, hace alusión a que cuando no hay datos científicos suficientes para saber el impacto que va a tener una determinada actividad en el medio ambiente o en la salud, pues lo correcto es no llevarla a cabo o llevarla de una manera paulatina y estudiar sus efectos y paliarlos en caso de que se pueda. Bueno, en este caso, pues como principio de precaución, el Plan Nacional Integrado de Energía y Clima, el PNIEC, sacó, no de forma paralela, pero sí poco después, una zonificación ambiental en la que se tenían en cuenta estos parámetros. Bueno, he señalado 3, sobre todo porque son los que a mí me afectan. Primero, deciros que claro, es lógico que se tengan en cuenta los planes de conservación y recuperación de especies amenazadas. La conectividad ecológica, esa que hemos dicho que importaba en la cordillera cantábrica por ser una unidad, y los hábitats de interés comunitario, ¿vale? Por eso están señalados en rojo. Bueno, pues deciros que, por ejemplo, en el caso de las especies que tenían un plan de protección aprobado, este es el porcentaje de cumplimiento que tienen las comunidades autónomas, exceptuando Andalucía y, bueno, pues La Rioja. Creo que los demás están suspensos. Entonces, como una zonificación ambiental que empieza a ser vinculante en el Real Decreto que adoptaba medidas urgentes en respuesta a las consecuencias de la guerra de Ucrania, porque empieza a ser vinculante ahí, porque además ya dice que las zonas que tienen una baja sensibilidad pueden ser ocupadas, con lo cual le da vinculación, resulta que no responde más que a los planes de conservación que no existen. Y entonces aquí empiezo pues, con lo que yo he llamado los invisibles, lo que no vemos. Bueno, contaros que según las estimaciones, alrededor de un 40% de especies de plantas en el mundo están amenazadas y son invisibles. Con los hábitats invisibles, hablábamos de turberas, esos hábitats tan especiales que están captando carbono. Os pongo el ejemplo de la Sierra del Escudo porque fue la primera declaración de impacto ambiental positiva que ha habido en esta oleada y afecta a turberas de cobertor, de esas que os contaba, umbrotróficas, que se alimentan de la humedad del ambiente y de la lluvia. Y bueno, aquí estos son los hábitats de interés comunitario de la cordillera cantábrica en sentido amplio y las zonas rojas es donde más hábitats de interés comunitario hay. En este área, que es todo rojo, ¿vale? O sea, es decir, que tiene mucha importancia, muchísimos hábitats de interés comunitario, es donde están justamente proyectados la Sierra del Escudo. Y todo esto que veis aquí son turberas que están protegidas por leyes europeas, que además casualmente se encuentran al límite de la distribución, que eso importa mucho a la hora de conservar. Declaración de impacto ambiental positiva, insisto. Aquí os voy a poner, que ya lo presenté la otra vez, pero que creo que merece la pena, porque si perdemos especies, muchas veces lo que perdemos es un eslabón de una cadena que lleva evolucionando millones de años. En este caso se ha demostrado que esta planta, que nosotros consideramos un elfo, que es un fósil viviente, nosotros los botánicos me refiero, es una estirpe única que lleva 35, que perdió el ancestro o su ancestro común, se diversificó hace 35 millones de años y bueno, pues que hoy en día parece que no somos capaces de proteger. Ninguna zonificación, ninguna, ni la estatal ni la regional, son capaces, si las representas en un mapa, de proteger el área el hábitat de distribución de esta especie. Solamente en Madrid, que tenéis una población en Cadalso de los Vidrios, tiene la suerte de estar cerca de un área urbana y eso es lo que le da la protección. Y aquí tenéis, nada, es un estudio de impacto ambiental en el que hay una línea eléctrica que, bueno, pues que aparentemente decía que pasaba cerca de allí, que las obras y demás que iban a remover la vegetación y que iba a afectar inherentemente a la población que tenemos en León. Y yo me pregunto si, bueno, si después de hacer desaparecer un linaje de 35 millones de años podemos dormir tranquilos. Yo creo que como sociedad habremos fracasado. Y bueno, pues hablando de fracasos de la sociedad, os pongo el caso más drástico porque las plantas son muy invisibles, las aves menos, pero aquí desde luego estamos teniendo un problema. Bueno, aquí hubo unos parques que no vienen de esta oleada, son de la oleada anterior, que hace 10 años fueron instalados en una zona que conectaba con las últimas poblaciones de urogallo, cantábrico. Aquello se denunció, pero aún así se llevaron a cabo, fue fraudulento, se perdieron documentos. Bueno, fue una lucha en la que al final el Tribunal Supremo de Justicia paró los molinos, no la construcción. Aquella guerra no se ganó, se construyeron. Y de hecho, esto es una urogallina que chocó contra un aerogenerador, además en esta zona que aquí consideran que la población no está, porque claro, se mueven. Y además se mueven, no está quizás bien estudiado, ¿vale? O sea, bueno, requiere el cuidado y digamos que el principio de precaución que debería de requerir. Bueno, y en este mapa lo que he hecho ha sido solapar los censos últimos de urogallo, que son en 2009, ¿vale? Ya veis el descenso que tuvo la especie, solo queda en este reducto, con los aerogeneradores. Bueno, hay proyectos que están, digamos que muy cerca del área que queda, ¿vale? Algunos que no se incluyen, siendo donde justamente hubo este problema. Y bueno, yo simplemente lo que quería era, porque bueno, este estudio tiene unas conclusiones que no corresponden precisamente a lo que están estudiando y que dicen que hay que hacer medidas activas, ¿no? Que proponen la prueba-error y hacer algo. Y yo me pregunto si quizás la Administración no se ha planteado que eso que hay que hacer no es desmontar estas instalaciones. Bueno, pues que sepáis que este año se han vuelto a arrancar. ¿Vale? Aquí tenéis la noticia de que la Junta de Castilla y León ha reautorizado el arranque de este parque. Ahora mismo están funcionando, después de bueno, que estuvieran parados 10 años. Y nada, ya terminando, solamente a mí me gusta mucho recoger citas y quizás esta que me la mandó un compañero el otro día, pues merecía la pena leerse ahora mismo. Pertenece a Aldo Leopold, que fue uno de las primeras personas que se planteó la conservación del medio ambiente. Es de 1948 y dice que en términos de física convencional el urogallo representa solo una millonésima parte de la masa o la energía de un acre. Sin embargo, resta el urogallo y todo está muerto. También hilando con un poco lo que hemos hablado, pues me gustaría citar a Lovelock con la teoría de Gaia. En Gaia solo somos otra especie, ni los propietarios ni los administradores del planeta. En gran parte, nuestro futuro depende mucho más de una relación correcta con Gaia que con el inacabable drama del interés humano. Creo que esta reflexión también venía muy en relación con lo que hemos estado o han comentado antes los compañeros. Y nada, por último, terminar con algo de filosofía. Decía Marx que ellos no lo saben, pero lo hacen, eludiendo a que a veces pues eso, no se conocen las cosas. Pero bueno, vamos a terminar con Sisek, que dice: ellos saben muy bien lo que hacen, pero aún así lo hacen. Gracias. Voy a poner ahí.
Muchísimas gracias, Estrella. Tu trabajo es muy importante. Así te doy las gracias además por estas clarificaciones, ¿no? Lo importante que es hacer hincapié en estas paradojas y este uso del lenguaje que es tan problemático, ¿no? O sea, a partir de ahora, cada vez que diga plantas eólicas me voy a dar como… sí, tener que utilizar otros términos para realmente ser consciente de lo que estamos hablando. Te voy a hacer una pregunta que es como la pregunta del millón, pero ya la habíamos hablado antes, así que es un poco truco. Estábamos hablando antes de estos movimientos que dicen not in my backyard, no en mi patio trasero, no en mi jardín. Y que tú nos cuentas que muchos de los políticos o las compañías se quejan de que, bueno, todo esto son la gente que protesta esas infraestructuras, en realidad es muy egoísta, porque no quiere que se realicen estos proyectos en estos lugares, pero sin embargo quieren continuar con sus vidas que necesitan de energía y que les parecerá bien ponerlo en otros lugares. Y tú tienes una postura sobre eso que me gustaría saber si puedes compartir.
Sí, bueno, es una buena pregunta, porque efectivamente aquí lo que requiere, desde una manera clara, es una ordenación territorial. Primero, saber qué necesitamos, dónde, ¿vale? Y luego una ordenación territorial que requiera el mínimo impacto y la máxima aptitud. Pero además requiere que nosotros pensemos en cómo queremos este cambio, ¿vale? Hay que pensar si queremos realmente este crecimiento ilimitado, sabiendo que no tenemos recursos y que los últimos años van a ser de decisiones, y si queremos sentarnos a tomar esas buenas decisiones antes de que esto ocurra. Es decir, hay pocos recursos, son difíciles de extraer, pues ¿dónde hay qué hay que comprometer? Tenemos muchos tejados. Tenemos muchísima red una red ligada al agua, a las tomas de agua, a las caídas de agua, que podrían ser también pequeñas soluciones, ¿no? Hemos estado también viendo, de hecho, infraestructuras antiguas, molinos. Nosotros en León tenemos también fábricas de luz antiguas con 200 años y tenemos la suerte de contar con un paisano que no perdió la concesión y que nos ha mostrado que dejando un caudal compatible con la vida y siempre de manera amigable, él solo es capaz de, con 200 metros de captación, perdón, 800, alimentar 80 viviendas. Entonces, bueno, hay que plantearse cómo queremos esta transición y también si lo que tenemos que hacer es reducir, compartir y hablar de un cambio social y no tomar decisiones a un nivel personal, porque a nivel personal yo puedo reducir, pero no voy a hacer nada. Tiene que ser o realmente coger el toro por los cuernos, ¿no? Y decir, perdón por la expresión, y decir que tenemos que ahora mismo que tomar las decisiones correctas, que pensar que esto no es finito, que no es infinito, sino al revés, que tiene unos costes y dónde queremos llevarlo. Hay, insisto, muchísimos tejados, bueno, también podemos hablar de reciclaje, podemos hablar de muchos conceptos que están asociados, pero que requieren un cambio social.
Tú que estás muy involucrada en estas luchas y conversaciones desde hace años, ¿crees que la nueva política de la Unión Europea, que está incentivando la autonomía energética y junto con la guerra de Ucrania, por supuesto, o a raíz también de la guerra de Ucrania, está incentivando la construcción o está detrás de muchos de los proyectos que se están aprobando ahora mismo?
Pues conforme se está produciendo, creo que, claro, lo que están es dando oportunidades a esos fondos buitre, es lo que creo. No se está haciendo, desde mi punto de vista, yo misma no tengo información de cómo puedo ser autosostenible si es que quiero. Es más, aunque puedan darte un fondo perdido, tienes que pasar por una serie de requisitos que muchos no podemos cumplir. Y no, yo tengo la sensación de que, de nuevo, todo es una forma muy bonita de vendernos que estamos haciendo una transición ecológica, pero sinceramente creo que Europa no está dando los pasos que tenía que dar, que realmente es eso, es un cambio social.
Bueno, además, o sea, por ejemplo, lo que estabas hablando de lo que implica un aerogenerador, no lo llamemos. Un aerogenerador, no solamente el impacto de su construcción, los materiales que son necesarios, la implantación y todo lo que conlleva el destrozo que tiene que realizarse para poder implantarlo, el efecto que tiene como en la biodiversidad, pero también como en la necesidad de energía para también llevar la energía eólica a las centrales y también los sistemas de almacenamiento energético, que en muchos casos también dependen de, por ejemplo, en el caso de las placas solares, del litio, que hemos estado hablando estos días. Entonces, cuando empezamos a ver todo eso, estas grandes escalas, pues bueno, lo que dices tú, la cuestión de la energía renovable o ecológica empieza a ser muy controvertido, ¿no? Especialmente si pensamos que va a haber una transición desde también los coches a los coches eléctricos. ¿Cómo se va a poder hacer eso sostenible, ¿no? ¿Qué implicaciones va a tener también a nivel energético, de extracción, etcétera? Así que es muy necesario que sigamos teniendo estas conversaciones y gente como tú que ponga como muy claritos los términos y que haga la traducción que es necesaria, porque muchas veces, y me sorprendió ver también el apoyo de los medios de comunicación, ¿no? En muchos casos a transmitir y comunicar esta narrativa que nos está llevando desde, en ocasiones, de las administraciones y también de las empresas que se benefician de estos proyectos. ¿Alguna pregunta para Estrella? Vamos a tener un poquito de tiempo para preguntas solo porque esperamos tener una conversación al final del día con Estrella, Michael y Margarita. Así que, bueno, pero, Edu.
Bueno, Estrella, lo primero, muchas gracias por la presentación. ¿Qué hacemos? Es decir, ¿tú sabes, por ejemplo, si hay casos en los que se puedan implementar sistemas de, no los llamemos parques, pero de instalaciones o infraestructuras eólicas o infraestructuras fotovoltaicas que no tengan un impacto o que tengan un impacto minimizado? Yo creo que a lo mejor tiene que ver con esto que hablabas al principio, de que no hay un modelo de gobernanza unitario o no hay un modelo general, ¿no?, que esté marcando todo. Pero ¿hay opciones? Porque al final, o sea, creo que el 15 de noviembre pasamos la barrera de los 8 billones, ¿no? Es decir, ¿es posible plantear un modelo ecosistémico de 8 billones de personas en el planeta y que el impacto de esas 8 billones de personas sea, pues digamos, no tan patológico como el que tenemos ahora? ¿Tú has estudiado casos concretos en los que podría haber modelos similares a los que hemos visto aquí, pero con un impacto ecosistémico menor o positivo?
Yo creo que sinceramente el modelo a seguir, o sea, el modelo que tendríamos que realmente enfrentarnos es el de crecimiento. Con un modelo que tenga las mismas variables que tenemos ahora, esto Turiel, que supongo que os suene, tiene horas y horas y horas de vídeos, ¿no?, y un montón de bibliografía que se puede consultar, ¿no? Porque si hablamos de modelos, los modelos, conforme están ahora y los datos, son insostenibles. Entonces, hay que plantearse de verdad realmente que tenemos un problema. La vida va a seguir, la biodiversidad igual, si ahora las especies no se adaptan, desaparecerán muchas, pero claro, el problema es que nosotros seguramente nos vayamos con ellas. Creo que esto, el coche eléctrico y todo esto son los últimos coletazos de una industria que además está poniendo ya no precios de mercado, sino precios especulativos. Entonces, ojo con esto. ¿Somos conscientes de que realmente estamos utilizando, malgastando los últimos recursos en seguir haciendo lo mismo mal? Y aquí me voy precisamente a una conversación que tuvimos, y no voy a recordar el apellido, pero se llamaba Juan, ¿no? Que nos llevaba a la isla de Pascua. Yo tengo miedo de que, claro, toda la evolución la hemos tenido a partir de eso, del carbono, de emitir a la atmósfera. Y hemos quemado precisamente lo último que quedaba. Y ahora que cada vez es más difícil extraer, seguimos con lo mismo. Vamos a seguir extrayendo. ¿Cuánto? Probablemente, pues no sé, 100, 200, 300 años. Hay mucha incertidumbre. Pero nos vamos a plantear si lo vamos a hacer bien o si vamos a seguir haciéndolo mal. Si lo hacemos mal, va a llegar un momento de colapso y ya no va a haber carbón. Ya no vamos a volver a una revolución industrial porque no podemos. Entonces, ¿qué haremos? Y a mí yo me temo que vamos a ir a los bosques a calentarnos con madera que cortemos. O sea, esto va a ser realmente como pues, el colapso. Pues estamos a tiempo de decidir y eso pasa por el decrecimiento, pero no se están tomando esas decisiones. De hecho, si mal no me equivoco, ahora todavía vamos a dar más dinero por reproducirnos. A mí esto me parece una afrenta a cómo se tiene que suceder la transición energética y la transición social. ¿Vamos a hablar en serio? Pues vamos a parar y vamos a tomar decisiones globales. Y además creo que todavía, y esto, mira, me voy a Edward O. Wilson, todavía tenemos un resquicio de sobrevivir si salvamos medio planeta. Con ese medio planeta que sea natural y salvando la biodiversidad, que es quien tiene la respuesta, porque tiene la respuesta a nuestra resiliencia, quizás tengamos una oportunidad, pero hay que planteárselo ahora.
Pero, por ejemplo, volviendo al libro que acabas de mencionar de Edward O. Wilson, que si no me equivoco creo que está traducido al castellano desde hace poquito, ¿no? El de Medio Planeta o Half Earth. Él habla al final de que si nosotros de manera muy estudiada a nivel planetario identificamos una serie de lugares que son lugares de potencial gran biodiversidad, generando unos corredores ecológicos y dejamos de repente como medio planeta, ¿no? Como a wilderness, como a que el ser humano no toque. Si no me equivoco, eran como el 70%, podríamos mantener como el 70% de la biodiversidad, ¿no? Pero que ya es un proyecto como súper radical. Es decir, que está planteando, por ejemplo, los modelos de gobernanza que tenemos actuales, del internacionalismo, son incapaces de intentar abordar, imaginemos, que en una hipótesis, que queramos llegar a realizar un proyecto como el de Edward O. Wilson. No tenemos ahora mismo los mecanismos políticos o culturales para desplegar ese tipo de proyecto, ¿no? Es decir, al final, pues, un país o una nación tiene una cierta jurisdicción sobre su territorio y es lo que pasa, ¿no? Que no hay una unidad proyectual a la hora de desencadenar este tipo de temas, ¿no?
Pues ese es el problema, que como no se toman las decisiones políticas y no hay un movimiento social, es donde vamos hacia la catástrofe. Y por eso estamos aquí, por eso es tan importante que desde la cultura, desde la filosofía, que desde la biología de la conservación o la conversación, la que queráis os guste más, nos sentemos y hablemos. Hay que tomárselo en serio. Y no puede ser que sigamos eso al capitaloceno, al catuluceno y a todos los posibles escenarios que nos llevan al fracaso, ¿no? Vamos a dar un paso hacia atrás, vamos a, primero, descongestionar las ciudades, vamos a pensar en otros modos de vida, digamos, que nos garanticen una seguridad, que nos garanticen un bienestar, pero que no tengan que ser por encima de nuestras posibilidades y quizás podamos tener eso, pero efectivamente hace falta un cambio social y ese es nuestro. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Y si hay alguna pregunta la dejamos para el final para que podamos dar paso también a Margarita Méndez. Muchísimas gracias de nuevo por estar aquí, por tu presentación y por tus palabras, que creo que resuenan mucho también con lo que estamos intentando hacer aquí. Y nada, un aplauso. Gracias. Y ahora, mientras que hacemos el cambio, quiero dar la bienvenida a Margarita Méndez y voy a cambiar a inglés. Margarita is a researcher, is a curator and an educator. She has been involved in many projects connected to eco-pedagogy. She's part of different groups, including Océano Libre, and she has been involved in projects connected to, among others, like the sea, as like the latest frontier of extractivism. Yesterday, we were lucky enough to have the projection of 3 short films that were extremely interesting because they were guiding us through the history of the extraction of the seabed from is somehow like discovery, in the sense like the technologies that allow to map it and to approach it and to reach to those spaces, until the present day and future speculations about its mobilization for the purpose of extraction. And we also enjoyed very much your glossary that in certain ways connects with what Estrella was saying about, what certain terms mean, how they are used and mobilized, and then how we should also look at them in different ways to really understand what is going on. So thank you for that, and welcome today. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Margarita.
This is on? Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation, Marina and Eduardo. It's very good to be here in Madrid and to share this research. It's just a small part of my research and more connected to the activist side of my practice, which is engaged with different environmental movements. And I just wanted to take like 1 second to arrive and for us to acknowledge where we are and the infrastructures, the materials, the things that brought us here, what we sit on, the diatoms on these materials, and just kind of realize maybe what transport means brought us here today, or my plane yesterday, just that we're not alone in the room. So when we speak, actually we speak in a very crowded space with visible and invisible ontologies. This is a still from a film by Deborah Stratman that I really love. It's about to come, so it's a secret image. But I think it says a lot about the bridge between the sessions of yesterday and today, no? So the mineral extractions and the green colonialism and energy dreams that I situate myself between, and I will try to make a presentation that problematizes these topics, speaking from the seabed. So my work on deep sea mining started from the Azores archipelago, which is located between 3 continental plates in the Atlantic Ocean, as you know, between Lisbon and New York on the same meridian. And it's located on the mid-Atlantic ridge, so it's a place which is very important for deep sea ecology studies, because it has different plateaus and you can access different kind of ecosystems quite quickly, so it's a very important place for scientific research. It is also a place with important geothermal energy because it's volcanic, and it is also a place where former whale hunting communities were passing by, Americans and British that taught the Portuguese. And as we know, the whale hunting was extremely important for the creation of different kinds of materials that were used for the militarization of the 20th century and the kind of energy circulating throughout all the beginning of the 20th century, where you use the whale throughout as its energetic resource. But as whale hunting was forbidden in the 80s and replaced in these islands by ecotourism, other forms of extraction of many other living entities kind of appeared. And I think I'm interested in part of this talk and on this research on the term of myth-busting. Myth-busting is a term that we use a lot in our activist campaigns. Oops. We're back. So can you just put a little lower the microphone, because it's a bit loud, thanks. So we use a lot myth-busting as in to try to understand what the other stakeholder perspective, meaning the industry, the state, corporations, and so on. What is their narrative? And to do our campaigns, we try to understand what do they bring to the table and how we can actually kind of answer or reverse or make tactics and campaigns that engage with this particular myth. Some of them being the structuring myths that are actually allowing the forms of energetic colonialism that the previous speaker was introducing. So, spoiler for this talk, I'm going to have the same ending, system change. So, and the precautionary principle. So we already kind of got to the end of the talk, but I'm going to make a different path, not through the aeolian power and to these farms, but through the deep sea. So In Portugal, the desire to kind of conquest ocean kind of resources, of course, started with a colonial period in the 14th century and 15th, but it's being highly revisited in the last 3 decades with the project of the extension of the continental shelf. And it's a proposal that has been put in the UN, and it's corresponding to this black line. And on the red line, you have the exclusive economic zones, so there's 200 miles. So with the proposal of the extension of the economic shelf, basically Portugal will have way larger sovereignty over seabed resources and, of course, a different kind of entrance into the raw material politics that the EU is promoting. The raw material politics that maybe Joam speaks, because it's a little bit his topic, is very connected with what kind of materials are being produced in Europe and how is their circulation also impacted in foreign trade policies, for example, with China, with the rare earth supply, as we know. You probably spoke a lot about it this week, or how rare earths are circulating, and how actually questions of militarization that we're facing now with war and of kind of the bordering of, or the closing of borders of the circulation of these supplies of energy and minerals and things we need for our black mirrors is actually putting forward different kind of territorial politics. So that's where the extension of the continental shelf, this black line, this seamless black line, will bring an area of sovereignty to Portugal way larger than its continental land, and which is affecting the whole neo-colonial kind of imperial imaginary of sea conquest that we are having to dismantle with very little critical perspectives from the side of our ministries. Why do I bring this map? I wanted to show you on the little, like if you can see these red triangles and like small green dots, these are underwater like montes submarinos, underwater mountains and hydrothermal vents, which are being planned to be prospected, as you saw on the videos yesterday. So, as some of you know, or most of you know, the high seas and the seabed is the single largest biome and largest ecosystem on the planet, and the less studied or accessible one. And 3 billion people actually depend out of resources coming from the ocean. 90% of the fisheries in the world are very small-scale fisheries, not only small island nation states, but actually like small communities still, not industrial ones. The ocean actually absorbs 93% of the heat of the planet, and its seabed stores 25% of carbon dioxide, and it produces 50% of oxygen. So actually, when we look at the seabed, a place that we will never visit on our lifetime, this is a place of our extreme dependence for livelihood of anything that is here with us. And it's also a place of ancestry. It's a place where the genes of the species to come, or the species that have been, are being formed, where the origins of life is being studied. So it's a really slow-growing kind of ecosystem that has a very different metabolic scale from kind of our imagination, and that has not until now been industrialized. Unfortunately, with the imminence of deep sea mining that we're trying to battle and get critical mass here today, over this beautiful week of program, we're going to try to fight that some of these geologies get mined. Whoops. We already know, of course, that the ocean is being under extreme pressure of pollution, destruction of habitats, with the rise of temperatures, acidification, the bycatch of fish, and underwater noise, with thousands and thousands of ships circulating every year. And in case that also the seabed is a place where many, many species are found in the abyssal plains, but it's super expensive to research. We don't go there so often. So it's estimated that actually 90% of these species are still new for science, but haven't yet been discovered. So there's an urgent need for this precautionary principle to be put to any kind of industrialization in the oceans. However, already 1,000 square kilometers of mining concessions have been granted to different nation states in the high seas and others in national waters. Just to give you a sense of what they want to mine, and I know some of you saw the videos yesterday, but this would be on underwater volcanoes like this, kind of black smokes, cobalt-rich crusts, manganese nodules, small kind of iron-filled potato-sized geological forms, and these underwater volcanoes, they're hydrothermal vents that have lots of different metals accumulating, and also closer to the shore, the phosphorite nodules. And these are actually spreads all over the ocean. In case mining does start, and if it starts, it has been called by Sylvia Earle as the biggest land-grabbing event of the planet. So in a way, it's bigger than the gold rush, as we've seen it before and so many times in the movies. We have the largest industrialized plan of an ecosystem, like on the verge of happening. And if it does start, we're going to put, for example, light in a place where there is no light and where all entities communicate in other ways. There is, of course, noise that disturbs forms of echolocation and of species migration. The kind of robots they want to send down will kind of savage and destroy the underwater volcanoes. There are vocabularies we need to dismantle, such as green mining that Juan was speaking about. And some of the industries for mining, they're using the term harvesting as a kind of a less badly connoted term for picking up the nodules. But actually, as soon as you scratch the seabed, there have tests been made in the 70s, there is no recovery and there is biodiversity loss. So it's really a kind of cumulative impact with also toxic plumes and, very, very complicated history. The fact is, it hasn't started. It is being debated behind our backs since the 70s and much, much more intensity since the last 10 years. The recent UN conference on the oceans in Lisbon was all about mining, and very few NGOs 5 years ago were still working on it. So it's a quite recent topic. And many people still don't have information. So I think there's, why are my images so small? I'm going to make them bigger. I'm sorry. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done in spreading the message, sending information. I'll send you some links later. Okay. I wanted to just bring you this map so you have a little bit of sense of distribution of so-called resources underwater. And the map is kind of incomplete because the blue dot, which is these polymetallic nodules, so the small potatoes, they're actually distributed all over the seabed, so potentially we'd be facing full industrialization of the sea. And there are different kind of legal regimes for who can access and harvest, collect, mine this ore, and different kind of legislative bodies. So I wanted just to give you a sense of that because I think it's important to have a notion of the debate. So in national waters, the potential minerals and metals that would be mined, they would be closer to land, so in the territorial sea or in the exclusive economic zone. But then you have the area of the high seas, which is a huge part of the water column in international waters. And you have also the area, which is the seabed. And this area is already from international legislation from the International Seabed Authority. I'm sorry if this is very detailed, but I think it's important to get this factor if we want to have a discussion on green colonialism and where minerals and metals come from. And the International Seabed Authority is a UN body that grants the concessions, so the 1,000 square kilometers in international waters, they grant the concessions. They make the guidelines for mining, and at the same time, they receive royalties from all these concessions, and we'll have a corporation called the enterprise to sell the ore that is extracted. So they're completely complicit in probably not making the best ecological guidelines we might have if we ever need mining, which I think we don't. However, besides this kind of international legislation body, we have corporation pressure on top, which we as citizens have to push back. What is that? So in small island nation states, specifically in the Pacific, where mining tests have happening since 2015, around Papua New Guinea, Tonga, Fiji, Tuvalu, very precarious, island nation states, as we know, where coastal waters are rising, and there's been like lots of climate refugee kind of debates going on. So the governments are under extreme economic pressure. And many corporations, most of them European, Belgium, UK-based, and so on, Canadian as well, they move in and they kind of subcontract the rights to mine. And they open a legal precedent, which is, they said, if the International Seabed Authority doesn't decide for the mining guidelines, they will mine anyway. And they impose the 2-year rule. I don't know if Joam spoke about this. So we're all really worried because the 2-year rule was imposed already last year, and last year. So in July 2023, companies will start mining without legislation, without guidelines, because they just say so. So this is kind of the paralegal state, which is over the nation state, which we still have to find as citizens and as people concerned. There are already some motions, and different countries have bans. The European Union asked for a moratorium so that governments don't, go for mining. Macron made a public statement in the UN conference to ban mining, but still some countries, as Portugal, don't want to make statements on that. So we're still here on these few months left to start a huge citizen movement, so we don't have the highest industrial project of the seabeds and maybe change its whole chemical cycle and go, and fight the kind of division of partition of habitats that you're speaking about so importantly that cuts all diversity. What happens with these corporations and the kind of imagination that they bring is that they reach the seabed. As many times we hear techno-utopianists speak about other planets, which is in this kind of terra nullius kind of vision, and this kind of land-grabbing activity just goes and salvages without recognizing other entities, even on other timescales. Why is geology less important than biology here? Not to mention the speciesism of humans. So I think there's a lot of things the humanities can do in undoing these imaginations and accusing that we have to think otherwise, and we cannot put abstractions, and we also have to create different imaginations of what is kind of an empathy towards an ecosystem we will not visit, but that we will fully depend on. So I think sometimes people speak to me and say, yeah, but what can we do as activists? I don't have political power and so on. But I see many, many people with whatever skills they have and tools to come to court and held corporations, governments, whoever, accountable for abducting futures. So how to move forward and how to change these imaginaries, how to change this kind of mythic imaginaries that the industry puts on us of also scarcity. Is scarcity even applicable to everything we see? I don't know. I think it has more to do with the kind of demands and market pushes that are made. And I think we're in this key moment, as it was said today, of changing behaviors and looking otherwise into how we connect to material systems and to what's around us. So also ideas of reciprocity and equity have to be thought through because they enter the mining glossary, and we have to undo how they're actually done socially between different living systems. And also stop looking at the seabed as stock, but look at the seabed as a place of ancestry and a lot of value, because it's also allowing for fisheries and for different pharmaceutical institutions and different kind of companies that we still depend on to do some work which is less harmful and less extractive. To bring some numbers into the economy that we're talking about, and forgive me, it's in Portuguese, but I will do a little bit of translation. So a little bit why deep sea mining is being pushed forward is for the energetic transition, There is, however, so many companies say and make propaganda kind of exhibition saying, yeah, but if you want to go green, we have to mine. We don't have enough minerals and supplies. That is not true. So there is a study from the Sydney University from 2016 that speaks that we can go for a full transition without mining the seabeds. Not that I'm pro land mining, but actually there are other forms of accessing. But just to bring the case study of electric vehicles and cell phones. So if we would go for a full transition of also the petrol-based vehicles to electric, we would need probably 14 billion vehicles circulating. Imagine how many batteries you would need for that, 340 million tons of batteries, and the amount of metals you'd need. And if you add on that also the electronic shipping, you would add 790 million tons of batteries for those ships, which of course would exceed many reserves, and such as lithium, nickel, copper, and so on. Cell phones. The majority of cell phones is discarded every 2 years, as we know by our contracts. Just in Europe, we throw 160 million cell phones to the trash every year. These contain 20% of the global production of cobalt, yet 80% of their content, metallic content, may be recyclable. They also have like 100 times more like gold components than it can be mineable in the deep sea. And it's 13 times cheaper actually to extract some metals from these cell phones than from mining. So there's a lot of mathematics we can do to actually use against politicians and corporations and so on. And for example, in Europe we have 500 million, it's estimated, more or less 500 million cell phones in our drawers that we don't use. And maybe Joam introduced the term of urban mining, which is a term that I love, which is there are more minerals available in our cities than easily mined in the seabeds. So actually, we can claim we don't need deep sea mining. So yeah, it's also like 9 in every 10 cell phones are actually incinerated and not used again. But of course, there are alternatives, and some of them have been spoken before. This is just an image of some of my favorite activists in the Pacific, the Solar Warriors Alliance. In Papua New Guinea, since 2015, there have been amazing citizen, but also religious movements getting together and going against land grabbing by international corporations that take indigenous lands, not speaking the local language, and just go on top and just take all these metals, and they've been really, really great. Many Pacific islands now have bans, and they have coalitions against deep sea mining, and they're a total example to follow. Also New Zealand and other places. And these are some of the proposals that we already thought about today, some of them. Thinking about energy differently, how much energy we need, how much do we consume, how do we want to structure our places and our grids, should our grids be local or national? This is a debate. Putting out bans and moratoriums in our countries. Many NGOs are speaking directly to companies like Siemens or others in Portugal, so that they will not rely on deep sea mine metals and minerals to make their own products. So it can actually, sometimes team up with corporations in making a different change. Of course, degrowth is also a crucial topic here. Rethinking mobility. Do I actually need to own 500 kilos of copper if I want an electric vehicle? I feel extremely guilty for that. So car sharing is, of course, should be mandatory in every city as a state and city plan. Already in debate, the obsolescence of materials, should they be, mined, changed, reworked, resold, and so on, shared. So the idea of circularity is really crucial. And this is just an image of a movement that we started in Portugal, Oceano Livre. We have a website in English and Portuguese if you want to have more information on deep sea mining. We made some conferences. We're working with parliamentary movements to force them to have an opinion, a public opinion. And with different colleagues, we started a coalition in Portugal and now an European coalition. Juan is part of it. There's a lot of information online and toolkits to know more about it. And I'm happy to share some links. And yeah, this is also the series from yesterday. We have 5 episodes, so I collaborate with different artists and thinkers, theorists. Actually, when I get invited into museums or to teach, I always kind of hack my mindsplaining a little bit and anti-extraction into the project, because I think it's really crucial to think about infrastructures from our place of consumption and of being an intermediary in this situation. So I'm very happy to speak to you about, in the round Q&A, about some questions that came in the video. And yeah, thank you. This was brief, but we can continue conversation.
Thank you so much, Margarita. So happy to have you here. Maybe one question I was thinking about is how difficult for you, I mean, if it's difficult for you to have this strong relation with a territory that you cannot visit directly, like the deep seas, no? How does that affect, because the way in which you have to approach that territory is through images that many times scientists or others create. So how do you create this emotional attachment, and how we can also create this attachment or recognition of a space that, unlike some mountains, we cannot visit, perhaps?
That's a good question. And when you showed the slide of the invisibles, I thought about it. Because when we started making the videos, from the start I knew I'm not going to have money to go on a submarine, never going to have the footage. Mining hasn't started. How do we make videos about this? But we knew that even though mining hasn't started, the whole speculation around it was already going, like you saw in the glossary. So there is already a system, and there's things circulating. So we could access different images and so on. So we had our different tactics on each episode on how to create like intersectional views into the problem. But how do you create empathy towards these terrains? I don't know. I think it's really personal. It has to do with how you navigate your own obsession with entanglements or with nature, or how you undo ideas of partition from what's around you. I meditate, for example. So in a way, part of me with deep listening meditations from Pauline Oliveira's gives me a continuity with my surroundings, but it's my own technique of connection and empathy. I cannot say how anybody here would connect with the seabed, but I'm sure many of us dreamt of different avatars or thought of special superpowers that some glowing fish have when we were kids that we'd like to have. And to think of how many superpowers are there that we're never going to find out. And maybe we have some that we forgot, like our magnetite navigation system that is hidden now because we use other things. But we still have these embodied technologies that come from a faraway place. So could we dream to rediscover them? I don't know. We need some imagination to have empathy. But I just have this feeling that whatever we mine, we are mining ourselves, because there is no division. We are just passengers here for a very brief time on this continuum. So whatever we mine, it ungrounds a world much deeper than we will ever be able to produce. So I don't see a separation.
I think it's very important what you just said, that, well, something that is completely related, the form of extractivism that we inflict on the planet and that we inflict on ourselves, like this very system of capitalism and extractivism, extraction, exploitation, goes very much also against ourselves. So it's kind of this mining. I think there are beautiful works by Ottobon Kanga that very much show that, mining also as a self-mining, forms of exploitation towards the self and towards the environment. Thinking about this, my second question will be connected to your position, political position also as an activist, as an artist. In Portugal, you were clearly saying that still Portugal is, well, coming to terms with its colonial past and the relation that had with other territories, like the discoveries, so-called discoveries, obviously, the relation to the sea, territories like the Azores, and then you come and, well, obviously make a very open criticism towards those histories and its resonance today, and projects like deep sea mining. What are the responses do you get? Because with Joan, we address the question also of like, yeah, the forms of violence that activists have to endure when they, they perform their work. Do you experience such a violent reactions within, especially in Portugal?
I think regarding the colonial past, I haven't had a reaction yet, but maybe I didn't speak so blatantly with politicians on that. But I've already made hard questions to politicians on public when they tell kids if they want more phones, we need to go mining. I'm like, oh. So but I don't know. I think we are in a very privileged place in Europe doing activism in comparison with colleagues in Colombia or other places, as we know. I have a feeling that what we do here, it's still safe territory, so I don't feel like harmed. But I feel that we need to be very precise in dismantling this kind of techno-fixing, techno-optimism that is going around, with also digitization, renewable transition or transaction. So we have to be really critical and bring that to the newspapers, frontline. Otherwise, we're just replacing narratives, as you mentioned. And there is a lot of this kind of post-colonial techno-melancholia that is haunting us for centuries, that we need to do a lot of work, public work on it. Yeah.
Any questions for Margarita?
It is a story with a happy ending, but we need a citizen movement. I'm sorry, but I brought lots of dark facts today.
La voy a hacer en español. Sí. Hay unos productos que se llaman los clatratos. Entonces, están en el mar, pero no sé en qué zona está y qué peligro puede haber si eso se destapa hacia la atmósfera.
May you translate for me, Marina? Because I didn't hear everything.
Sí, depósitos, pero exactamente no sé, por eso lo pregunto, porque no sé qué es.
So he's referring to some sort of deposits, calastratos? I didn't get the name very well, but deposits that are in the seabed, and if we touch them or actually extract them, they can release, certain toxic substances that could affect as well the ecosystem. So it's not only like, like certain, deposits that could also affect the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, I didn't want to do my mindsplaining for 2 hours because I just had 30 minutes. But actually one of the problems is, of course, the fluidity of ecosystems, and scientists are studying that when you dredge or crush, there are toxic plumes that are like liberated, and they react differently according to the high-speed currents underwater, if they're in the mid-Atlantic reach or other places. So these plumes actually go 200 kilometers sometimes around, or 500. So around the mining concessions, usually, I don't have a map here, sorry, but they are trying to make these buffer zones, so like protected or non-violated zones where safeguarding the ecosystem. I don't believe in those because I think the dynamics underwater is way more complex and things get mixed up. So I think whatever is done, and scientists have been saying there is total biodiversity loss and the chemical cycles in the ocean will change. So we have to stop.
Thank you. And
start a movement.
Any other question? Not for now. One maybe just little one. You were mentioning about this urgency of this takeover by the companies in the lack of legislation.
Yeah.
What can we do now, like in this moment? Like, is there any form of petition or movement that we can be part of, or like, is there a new way
Yes,
of...
there are different petitions running like nationally or internationally. I think the great reference here is Ecologistas en Acción, and Elena Solis. She's a great partner working on mining here, and Joam as well is fantastic because he's also with Seas at Risk, that is heading like the European coalition. So if our governments have positions, they will make pressure in the international meetings. And the international meetings have to hold these corporations accountable, because actually the ocean is supposed to be common heritage of mankind. So, but who's deciding, you know? Yeah.
So before the elections, those interested know that we can, you know, put some pressure.
Yeah.
Before and after, and always, but before elections probably is more effective. Thank you so much, Margarita. We continue the conversation later. Thank you for your presentation, your amazing presentation.
Thank you.
And Edu, we make a quick break, like 10 minutes, so we prepare the stage for Michael Marder. Y os quiero recordar a todas, a todos, que hay aparatos para traducción simultánea. La siguiente charla será también en inglés. Así que para aquellos que quieran, están a vuestra disposición ahí detrás. Y nos vemos en 10 minutos. Gracias. Welcome back. For this last session, I have the pleasure to have here with us Michael Marder. Michael is an Iker Basque research professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of the Basque Country. He's the author of numerous books. I'm very fan of all of them, particularly questions about energy and planned thinking have been very influential for the work I've been trying to do, like in a very humble way. And has been very influential as well for conceptualizing this entire program. So for me, also had a meaning to have your session closing this public program today. Today's lecture will guide us through the epistemologies of energy, because it's very rare the moment when we really think what energy is. Sometimes we take it for granted. And I think the work of Michael allows us to have a critical understanding of the origins of the concepts of energy and what they do, like these epistemologies and how they materialize in certain realities and ontologies. So welcome, Michael, and yeah, looking forward to your talk.
Muchas gracias, Marina, por esa introducción y por la invitación. Gracias a Media Lab por invitarme aquí a esta serie de eventos tan maravillosos. La charla estará en inglés, pero era para tomar un momento para agradeceros por la presencia aquí. Y estoy encantado de estar con vosotros. I really appreciate the gesture of taking a step back and looking at the words that we're using, because obviously these are not words, or these are not only words, they are really framing the way we see the world and the way we are relating to it. And one of these keywords for today, by today I mean the 21st century, is of course the word energy. Right? And very often, as Marina mentioned, we talk about different energy resources, about different ways of procuring energy, some of them more desirable than others, some of the ones that appear to be desirable containing all kinds of hidden costs and a negative impact on the environment, but very rarely do we ask what energy actually is. And so I would like, together with you, to take a step back to look at the meanings of energy. And this step back will take us almost 2,500 years back to ancient Greece, because whether we know this or not, we all speak a little Greek here, and not just regular Greek, but a very conceptual, philosophical Greek, because the word energy in Greek, energeia, is the gift of philosophy, and specifically of one philosopher, Aristotle, to the world. And so it is the kind of philosophical gift that on the one hand, we are still trying to receive. We are not quite sure about the meaning of energy, but on the other hand, it opens up a number of possibilities for thinking about where our obsessions and our projects and our hopes linked to the notion of energy might lie. And so just again as a preface to this talk, I would say that we cannot really meaningfully talk about green energy transition or about renewable energy or alternative sources of energy without really knowing what it is that we're transitioning from or to within the overall idea of energy, which is not only an idea, which is not a purely ideal entity, but which produces effects in the world and which actually makes or unmakes the world, as the case may be. And so it is with this set of questions that I want to adopt a framework that is actually derived from physics and not from philosophy in order to make things a little bit more palpable and more concrete. I can only sketch out very briefly and schematically the itinerary, the very strange itinerary that the concept of energy has gone through since its coinage by Aristotle. And so, in the first place, we will consider what I call the positive charge of energia in Aristotle. Like in the electrical currents in physics, there's the plus and the minus, the negative and the positive charges. So everything begins with a positive charge of energia in Aristotle, who identifies it with the actuality of the actual, right? And then, after we outline the basics of the notion of energy in Aristotle, we will then pay attention to the negative charge, the minus sign, that resignifies this term, bestowing on it the exact opposite meaning than the one Aristotle gave it, specifically in 19th century thermodynamic theory, 19th century physics, which coincides, of course, with the rise of industrial capitalism. Right? And strangely enough, Aristotle already well before the rise of capitalism warns us across this gulf of cultures and history not to understand the energy in the way we understand it today. So when Aristotle defines energy as actuality, he insists that energy is not potential. Energia is not dynamis. Energy is not potentiality, and yet this is how it is understood, and this is how it is practiced ever since 19th century science, technology, and related economic and social developments. Of course, everything that we're saying here applies not only to the physics of energy and not only to the philosophy of energy, but also to the way we relate to the world and to ourselves. So when we do talk about energy extraction, as was mentioned actually in the previous session, it is always an extraction of energy from the outside, but also from within ourselves, including from our systems of knowledge. Epistemology itself is then understood as a gigantic endeavor of extracting knowledges from human and other than human beings, right? If the seat of value becomes the knowing subject, again, whether human or not, then the valuable kernel is going to be that knowing potentiality that is being extracted. So we will see gradually how what is being established here is a kind of tense dynamic and tense interplay between energy as actuality, energy as what is, and energy as potentiality. Energy as this potential kernel that should be extracted from living and non-living beings, including the body of the earth itself. And the interesting bit about Aristotle's notion of energy is that it is not only a positive aspect of the dynamic that I outlined here, but it creates its own field. So it anticipates its own negation and creates what in physics is called the electric field of something, the field that defines a concept, including its own inversions and reversions. So what we are doing is we're entering a field in which our thinking unfolds, whether our thinking and our practices unfold, whether we know this or not. And the idea is to make this field fluid, to make the different notions of energy flow just as the electric charge flows from the negative to the positive sign, from the plus to the minus and vice versa, and to try to come to terms with what energy could be once we have gone through this history as conceptual as it is practical. So this is just a roadmap of where we're going today. The positive charge of energy, then, Aristotle, and the actuality of energia. Energia, as I mentioned, is a neologism, is a word that Aristotle coined with a Greek prefix en, the root ergon, and the suffix ea. And ergon means work. So at the very heart of the term is the notion of work, which is far from transparent, by the way. Immediately, probably as we hear the word work, we have all kinds of associations with productivism and production. But as I put it in my 2017 book, Energy Dreams, this notion of work is far from transparent. We need to work at it in order to really try to grasp its sense. The work in the midst of energia is not transparent. We have to work at it. The range of what ergon signifies is quite broad. It can range from task to function and from work to its product. So you can see that the process and its outcome are already folded into the understanding of ergon as work. As I proposed in this 2017 book, we can translate the term energy into English as enworkment, or maybe in Spanish, entrabajamiento. Entrabajamiento would be the literal translation of the notion of energy that Aristotle gifts us with. And then combining an accomplished work and the workings that precede and succeed it, energia encompasses the potential thing in the making and the actual thing that is made. And so it already pulls together the opposite strands of sense that will have elucidated the course of history, philosophical conceptual history, and empirical practical one as well, that is anticipated in this Aristotelian coinage. But of course, as I have already hinted, Aristotle expresses a hidden preference before any philosophical justification, before outlining any reasons as to why he wants to understand energy in this way. Energia is a noun in the substantive with the suffix ea. So it's already, even though it contains a process and an activity in the making, it is already substantivized. Activation in English, activización in Spanish as well, quells the impulse of an act in another substantivation, audible in these suffixes, schön or thion. Energia, Aristotle states in Metaphysics, means the presence of the thing, not in the sense which we mean by potentiality. Right? And it is then a mode of presence of the thing that is not merely potential, is not suffused with dynamis, and it's already not or not yet present condition. The positive charge of energy then consists of a double negative, not potentiality, not dynamis, not lack, which potentiality embodies vis-a-vis actuality. And here we have, I would mention also, conceptual roots that are much older than the logic of capitalism against which we are fighting. After all, capitalism itself might be one of the most recent metaphysical avatars of a much older dynamic that we find in Western philosophy, this obsession with potentiality against which Aristotle warns us, this obsession with the never enough of potentiality, of dynamis, that does not reach completion, does not reach a fullness or the sufficiency of an accomplishment, despite all its finitude. Because, of course, Aristotle himself has been, throughout the history of philosophy, accused of being a metaphysical thinker, obsessed with the metaphysics of presence, not the least by Jacques Derrida, for instance, right? And yet, this notion of energia as actuality, I think, has to be understood even in Aristotle's own text as the fullness of accomplishment in the finitude of existence. We're not in the realm of eternal ideas or infinite being, a la Plato. We are in the world here below, but the world here below where we can say, this is enough, this is accomplished, this is actual, and this is energy, as opposed to the never enough of energy as actuality. Now, although reflections on the pair energia dynamis, or actuality potentiality, begin with the consideration of movement or kinesis in Aristotle, they are not limited to movement alone, reaching all the way down or all the way up to the ontological level. So energy is not just movement, it is all that is. So energy is everything that is insofar as it is. And here we have a strange coincidence of the Aristotelian conception of energy as the ontology of actuality and quantum physics, for instance. The very recent strands of thinking in physics where matter itself is understood as vibrant and as energetic. Right? There is no separation between matter and energy, and so quantum physics echoes across millennia the insight of Aristotle, who says energy is all that is. You do not need to extract it, to bring it into being, to break through the shells of appearances and the shells, the outer surfaces of beings, whether it is the being of the earth, the bodies of living beings, or what have you, in order to procure energy. Energy is already in its plenitude, is circulating on the surface. It is of the surface of beings. What is usually discarded as appearances are replete with energy, precisely as actuality. So this usual metaphysical dualism, this dyad of surface and depth, gets completely reconceptualized here. It is not the depth of potentiality that contains energy. Rather, energy is circulating and thriving on the surface of beings, on the appearances themselves. Right? And just anticipating one of the perhaps unusual places which we will reach at the end of this discussion, this would be a way of vegetalizing Aristotle, or thinking about Aristotle as a quasi-vegetal thinker, because obviously plants, even though they burrow into the depth of the earth with their roots, procure most of their energy above surface by opening up their living surfaces, the leaves, and receiving solar energy in the process of photosynthesis, precisely on the surface. So the surface sense and the sense of energy as actuality is taught here by Aristotle, but in a more concrete way, it is taught by plants, by plant life itself. Right, that tells us that energy is a superficial thing, and that the very notion of the surface and superficiality need not be discarded as insufficiently deep or insufficiently analyzed, but rather that thinking itself, our thinking and being, need to tend and to circulate and to strive toward the surfaces of appearances, the living surfaces of the world that we have for too long discarded and disregarded and tried to break through in order to extract the valuable kernel of potentiality out of things and living beings. So returning to Aristotle, Aristotle tells us, still on the pages of metaphysics, that it seems, and I'm quoting him here very briefly, it seems that everything that actually functions has a potentiality, whereas not everything that has a potentiality actually functions. So that potentiality is prior, right? And the whole obsession of energy production and value production under capitalism, we might say, adding something to what Aristotle says here, is an activation of potentiality, always bringing this inactive potentiality, dragging it out of its obscurity and depth onto the surface so as to activate it and actualize it and draw what we want out of it. Aristotle says that these are only potential actualities, not living up to his roundabout definition of energia in terms of the presence of a thing rid of potentiality. And so within the phenomenal field of movement, Aristotle leaps to that which moves without being moved, a conceptual knot tying together energia, or actuality, being, and the unmoved mover. And with regard to a work, ergon, we must conclude that while it comes out of itself, again, this is Aristotle speaking, there's also something that moves it. And since that which is moved while it moves is intermediate, there is something which moves without being moved, something eternal, which is both substance and actuality. And again, this what seems to be eternal is not outside of this world. It is within the world itself. It is substance and actuality, and it is what makes things move. And I would claim in my kind of heterodox reading of Aristotle that this is the very surface of being. These are the living appearances of beings, phenomena that are usually discarded as mere abstractions that prevent us from seeing the true and deep being of beings themselves. Now, even a cursory glance is sufficient to realize that the unmoved mover has little to do with the metaphysical caricatures it has been subject to in the history of philosophy. Pure, active without a shadow of passivity, eternal being deduced from the impossibility of infinite regress is entwined with the movement of becoming. So it is what is eternal is the movement of becoming. It is not a being that is separate from becoming. What Aristotle postulates as necessarily eternal and as unmoved while moving everything else is becoming itself. Corresponding to the definition of energia as a presence that is not potential, it does not stagnate. So it is in eternity itself that is vibrant, that is not stagnant. It moves without being moved. Its activity is counterbalanced by a substantive form, first as being and second as energia. In the shape of actuality, then, Aristotle's energy is at the same time the act that actuality contains, the unity of subject and substance, to put it in Hegel's language. And so this is just a very brief summary of the coinage of energia and the context in which it appeared in Aristotle. And now we are moving to the exact opposite end, to the minus sign in our scheme, which turns things around completely, a little bit like the floor that rises in almost in an earthquake style behind me here. This is what happens to the concept and the practice of energy in modernity, right? Now, the Aristotelian lineage of thinking energy actually survived in philosophy and in theology all the way up to the 19th century, with Hegel, I would say, being the last inheritor of Aristotle. Hegel, who translates energia into the German Wirklichkeit, actuality, in his own dialectical system. And this is what makes all the work of the Hegelian Geist, all the work of spirit, as energy in a sense. But this line between Aristotle and Hegel passes through Plotinus, Neo-Platonist thinker who is adamant that pure actuality is accessible in the intangible world, whereas potential existence, in his words, is the world of things perceived by the senses. It then moves a detour through theology. In Western Christianity, St. Thomas Aquinas identifies this notion of energy as actuality with actus purus, the pure act which is God, in his Summa Theologiae. And in the Byzantine tradition, in Eastern Christianity, we have Gregory Palamas, who draws the contrast between divine creative power and God's energy directed toward created things. So God's energy is, curiously enough, inactive, uncreative. It is actuality itself that is at rest. So what we later on get as the idea of an energetic Sabbath, the Sabbath of men in thinkers like Kojève, for instance, is influenced by this idea of a move beyond the usual distinction between passivity and activity, and talking about first divine absolute activity which does not do anything in the conventional sense of doing as achieving objectives, and that would be the divine image of energy as actuality, which we can then translate into finite terms and bring down to earth, as Marx, for instance, demands of all of these theological notions. And then finally, another link in this chain is Meister Eckhart, who forms a sort of nexus between Aristotle and Hegel by projecting the difference between the divine act and God's supreme inactivity, the difference we find in Palamas, onto the distinction between God as an abstract idea, God, and Godheit or Godhead, right? So this line extending from Aristotle and Hegel amplifies the conceptual E-field of positively charged energy. Nonetheless, and this is where we're making this very drastic transition to the modern and contemporary notion of energy, in the 19th century, the thinking of energy undergoes a dramatic reversal as it becomes synonymous with potency, potentiality, or power. Energy acquires the very meaning that Aristotle denied it, that he adamantly insisted it should not have. And roughly at the same time, we have the rise of industrial capitalism and the rise of the thinking of thermodynamics in physics, thermodynamic theory in physics. And in this respect, I can recommend to you a book that I came across very recently, a book written by political theorist from the US, Kara Daggett, and the title of this book is The Invention of Energy, precisely linking the rise of capitalism to theories of thermodynamics and the aggressive masculinity that goes along with the investment of energy with a sense of potency, potentiality, and power at the other extreme of actuality, and being energized precisely by a receptivity on the hither side of the distinction between active and passive comportments, right? So the laws of thermodynamics are fundamental in physics, and in one way or another, they deal with energy under the heading of dynamis, of potentiality. That is why they are laws of thermodynamics, right? For example, the first law of thermodynamics, also known as the law of the conservation of energy, was codified by German chemist Carl Friedrich Mohr in 1837, presenting energy as the one and only agent in the physical world. So if anything acts in the physical world, it is energy itself, Mohr says. And Mohr's word for energy is Kraft, the German Kraft, which is force or power, the Greek dynamis, or potentiality in this sense. Work, the ergon of energia, is no more than the process of transferring energy from one system to another. So there is no innovation here really going on. Work on this view of the theory of thermodynamics is only a transfer of energy from one system to another. Otherwise, the total quantum of energy is conserved. That is the active dynamism of energetic transformations. Their passive dynamism, in turn, is encapsulated in the notion of potential energy, a term coined by Scottish physicist William Rankine and referring to energy stored in any physical system. So the idea is that any physical system is a storage of energy, is a store box of energy. And anything is energy not yet released. Potential, this is what potential energy is. And of course, the implication is, if we want to release this energy, if we want to procure it, if we want to appropriate it, we should break through the confines of that thing. We should break through that system in order to appropriate or expropriate that potential energetic core that it contains. This is the practical meaning of potential energy coined by Rankine, right? As I note in Energy Dreams, apropos of this concept, stored energy retains the potential for conversion into other types of energy, participating in an endless chain of events that will never be actualized. So there are a number of problems with this notion, right? The storage of energy in practical terms is one of the key problems to be solved today, right? Because as we know, energy is ample, even solar energy is available in excess, and the problem is actually storing and distributing it, right? This is kind of in environmental and even economic terms, this is how it's framed. But if we go into the very sense of the concept of potential energy, then we find a number of real problems with this term. First, that anything is potential energy and it needs to be broken down, burnt, combusted, or broken in other ways in order to release this energy. And the second problem is that there is never any end to this chain of transformations, to the transfers of energy from one system to another. It can never reach any sense of completion. So the very dissatisfaction in this sense of never enough is built into the very concept of energy that we are operating with, right? It is not only that there is a scarcity of resources, but rather at the conceptual level, the scarcity, kind of ontological scarcity, I would call it, is built into the very notion of energy as pure potentiality. Now, the second law of thermodynamics, crystallized in the works of 19th century French engineer Nicolas Léonard Carnot and refined by German physicist Rudolf Clausius, introduces the notion of entropy. And entropy is something that scares us all, right? It's kind of the obscure side of energy that everyone is scared about, because entropic dissipation means really something like death, the energetic death itself. Besides the fact that this sequence of energy transformations can never be actualized, it can never reach completion or kind of end of, yes, that's enough. Every energy system that goes through a cycle of operations and returns to its original state does so only by increasing the entropy of its exterior with which it is interacting. So we have two entropies in play here. On the one hand, the entropy that is the energy dissipating from a closed system, something that we're always afraid of, and then this closed system maintaining itself only at the expense of the entropy of the outside, right? So it's a kind of lose-lose game here in terms of the interplay of entropies of the inside and the outside of a closed energetic system. Putting energy to work is losing it irreversibly, leading to its entropic dispersal from the system at work, either from the system at work or from the outside of that system, right? And we know that in the economic language, the ecological world, biodiversity, ecosystems are all coded and classified as externalities, right? This is how they are called, and they are externalities with regard to the closed system of energy production and consumption that defines our economies. Right? So there is the loss of biodiversity, the destruction of a livable world as externalities also in the sense is the entropy of the outside that is necessary as within this way of thinking in order to maintain the closed system of our production and consumption of energy within. So another hint here is that we will need to question not only the metaphysical distinction between depth and surface, not only the metaphysical distinction between potentiality and actuality, but also between the inside and the outside, right? And that's why these conceptual moves of saying, yes, mining and extraction outside of ourselves is mining and extraction from ourselves, is a right step, is the step in the right direction of questioning and deconstructing and dismantling the traditional distinction between the inside and the outside that is lethal. It is not only a problematic conceptual distinction, it is lethal at the level of this entropic development that we are going through here. Now, curiously, Clausius invented the term entropy, so this term did not exist, invented the term entropy on the Aristotelian model. So, energia, entropia, right? Replacing ergon with trope. It's also a word of a Greek origin, and trope means transformation or change, right? Trope is transformation or change. In fact, entropy means precisely dynamis, that rather than the opposite of energy, comes to define its operativity, the way energy works or the way it is put to work, the condition of being at work. It ties energy's movement to the notion of metabolism, of metabole, right? Implying the primacy of potentiality itself, something that Aristotle fought against. Now, energy at rest, for its part, is equally in the grip of potentiality insofar as it implies, according to Rankin, storage in a closed system. So all of those deposits of energy on the ocean floor, in the depths of the earth, are viewed from this perspective as energy at rest, but at rest only provisionally, because then, of course, this is potential energy to be put to work, to be activated, to be released. And you can even see how at the level of language, the storage and release model codifies extraction as a movement of liberation, as a movement of freedom, freeing up things from rest, from which we are taught to associate with stagnation and something negative, right? Things need to constantly be in motion, in constant transformation, constant movement, right? And therefore, anything that is at rest is coded a priori as bad within this way of thinking. Energy at rest is equally in the grip of potentiality insofar as it implies, according to Rankin, storage in a closed system prior to its release or transformation. The conceptual tyranny of dynamis becomes total by the time the second law of thermodynamics is formulated. And then, very briefly, this way of thinking energy as potentiality has percolated even into philosophy. Of course, after the 19th century, philosophy no longer is thought of as the domain for understanding energy. The very prerogative, the very privilege of thinking about energy passes to physics. And philosophy no longer has this kind of grip on a concept that actually originated philosophically. But this mode of thinking energy as potentiality percolates into philosophy in the 20th century, in the 19th and the 20th century, with the prioritization of possibility and potentiality over actuality. So if you open Heidegger's Being and Time of all books, and as the very rise of existentialism and existential philosophy, there the possible becomes the keyword of this way of thinking. We should all think about our possibilities of being as opposed to the actuality of being. The ground for this is already found in Heidegger's Being and Time, is adopted by existentialist thinkers, but it is another kind of mutated way in which 20th century philosophy took over the notion of energy as potentiality. Not to mention, in the 19th century, Nietzsche's idea of the will to power. The will to power, again, as the idea of being in Nietzsche, as the ontological idea, thinking precisely as the potentiality of acquiring more and more potentiality, right? The will to power is precisely this. It is potentiality squared, right? It is the willing, the potentialization of the potential, without the ever reaching a completion and the accomplishment of, yes, it is enough within the limits of finitude. So the question is then, how can we unlock what I call the electric circuit of energy as a concept? And very briefly, I don't know how much time I have left, if I have some time, yes. My idea is that we are in a unique point now in the 21st century, having sketched out this kind of dialectics, you could say, of energy from Aristotelian actuality to the potentiality of the 19th and the 20th century, of finally allowing energy as a concept and a practice to come into its own. Obviously, we cannot simply retrieve the Aristotelian notion of energy as pure actuality, as if the 2,000 plus years of history have not happened. nor can we get stuck in the mentality, in the mindset of energy as a pure potentiality. So we are at a unique moment, not only when we need to think about practical energy alternatives within the paradigm of energy production and consumption that would not be extractive, but also allowing energy as a concept within this broad intellectual and practical history of energy to come into its own and to write a new chapter in this history of energy. So my hope is that insofar as there is still hope for mending our ways, it would be also mending our ways of thinking about energy and inventing or reinventing energy beyond these two alternatives that I have sketched out. Now, the inversion that I have been talking about, the inversion from energy as actuality to potentiality, is not only an instance of betrayal of an authentic concept, because this idea of energy as potentiality is already inherent to Aristotle's notion of energy. It is just disregarded or even devalorized by Aristotle. So it is not merely a betrayal. Instead, what we have before us is an opportunity to air the traditional notion of energy stamped by Aristotle and to examine its actual historical interaction with potentiality. And one of the, as I've already mentioned, one of the last thinkers to hear an echo of Aristotle is, of course, Hegel, who laid the foundations for thinking this interaction dialectically. In dialectics, whereby through its self-negation, the concept and the being of energy come into its own, but also as dialectics. And in my book from last year, The Energy of Hegel, I tried to understand Hegel's dialectics as the trials and tribulations of energy, and to understand spirit not as this metaphysical reality that is somehow mysterious and tinged with theological and metaphysical ideas, but precisely as energy itself, right? So dialectics, Hegel's dialectics as energy. Now, in addition to dialectics, there are other ways of doing this. This is not the only path that is open for us. Other methods of unblocking and gauging the rate of flow of energy's conceptual charge. Some of these other methods have been hovering on the margins of philosophy and theology in the 20th and the 21st centuries. And just to give you an example, I would refer to the work of Giorgio Agamben, actually, right? Giorgio Agamben, who coins this term inoperosità, the French désœuvrement, or the English inoperativity, right? The kind of radical cessation of work, which seems to be the exact opposite of energy as enworkment that I mentioned in the very beginning. But the cessation of work as potentiality takes us precisely to actuality, to the pure actuality that Aristotle talks about. So from the exact opposite, what seems to be the exact opposite of actuality, from the cessation of work, we reach an energy that is not potential. Rather than the mere absence of work or activity, in Agamben's own words, inoperosità is a generic mode of potentiality which is not exhausted, like the individual or collective action, intended as the sum of individual actions, in a transitus de potentia ad actum. Right? So it is not a kind of generic mode of potentiality exhausted in the actual. Agamben explicitly aligns the negative charge of inoperosità with generic potentiality, but leaping over potential actualities and actual potentialities, he makes a full circle and really reaches in the 21st century the very terrain that Aristotle outlined for us of energia, of energy as actuality. As purely potential beings devoid of a work, ergon, proper to them, humans are not thereby separated from energia. On the contrary, they are entrusted with the care for energia as such and as a whole, a mission in which we have suffered a spectacular world historical failure. And what we're doing today, and I think over this whole week of events, is maybe taking stock of this spectacular failure of coming to terms with the thinking and the practice of energy and assuming a much more modest position vis-a-vis it and trying to come to it from other angles, much more modest angles, but also much more vibrant behind the scenes or in the obscurity of their being, such as vegetal being, for instance, right? So in his unintended return to an aspect of Aristotelian energia under the sign of its other, Agamben follows in the footsteps of Georges Bataille, from whom he inherits the souvrement, and Alexander Kojève with his Sabbath of Man, which I already mentioned. So the Sabbath, the day of rest, of inactivity, but which is the supreme activity, one which is not productive, right? And here, the very distinction between work and play becomes meaningless, because a work that works only on itself and in itself becomes indistinguishable from play and from rest. The Sabbath of man is the kind of playfulness which is highly energetic but not productive in the quantifiable terms of productivism associated with the predominant concept of work and therefore energy and extraction. And it is not only a generic potentiality, but also an impotentiality, again, Agamben's word, impotentiality, adynamia, that completes the circle or the circuit of energy, unblocking the conceptual electric current it carries. In some of his essays, Agamben puts a lot of emphasis, stresses this notion of adynamia, of the impotentiality, the breakdown of the logic and the circuit of the potential, which in our terms becomes suffused with the most vibrant energy as actuality. Now, in concluding remarks, I want to present 5 very brief theses of where it is that we are moving, at least with a more philosophical take on the notion of energy, but a philosophical take which is not purely theoretical, but necessarily also practical and embodied, because this distinction as well no longer makes sense. Our thinking about energy is already in a practice and has the potential and the actual effect on informing practices of living, of knowing, of relating to other human and non-human beings. So first thesis. In the 21st century, a philosophical approach to energy is as indispensable as the one guided by physics. So we need to bring philosophy back to the table in the discussions of the meaning and the implications of energy and the different paradigms of energy, among other theoretical and empirical disciplines and methodologies. It is crucial to ask what energy is, how it fits within the logic of means and ends, and in what ways our conceptions of it might be transformed in tandem with changes made to the practices of procuring it, right? Because asking about the meaning of energy is not only asking about the sources of energy, where we can procure it, but also about the very scheme of the means and the ends that goes along with the energy paradigm. What is it that we are procuring it for? Is energy an end in itself if it is inserted into a logic of never enough, right? What other external ends is it called upon to serve? Absent this philosophical base, the discourses on alternative or green sources of energy will ring empty at best and turn into greenwashing at worst, right? This is the first thesis. Second, despite a series of discontinuities, gaps, and even U-turns in the thinking of energy since Aristotle, its history is intimately bound to the first emergence of energia on the philosophical scene and to the multiple effects it has produced. Some of them unconscious, unintended, or altogether unaccounted for. So a lot of what happens within even the most pragmatic discussions of energy can be traced back to this coinage and the, as I called it, electric conceptual field that it produced around itself and irradiated across millennia toward us and into the future. Provided that a future philosophy of energy keeps in view the grand historical panorama of the concept I have just outlined very briefly here, it would have to make a decision leaning toward Aristotelian actuality, the potentiality that succeeded it, or the complex conceptual current that recombines the two. And I have already made this spoiler. I basically indicated that neither of the first two alternatives is viable, and so we have to go with a third alternative, a complex conceptual current recombining the two in a new and creative way, which can once again learn from plants that live in two worlds at the same time, in the world of the obscurity of the earth and the potentiality of the roots and procuring mineral resources below ground, and in the above ground world of solar energy, opening up their surfaces to receive sunlight. And by the way, this is not only, of course, an allegory or a metaphor. Plants can really teach us practically what it means to relate to energy differently and to be energized differently. Already at the level of language, we say, for instance, I'm energized, right? So to receive energy is to be in a passive position with regard to it as an object who is being energized, a grammatical object, right? So it is a passive voice. I am being energized, or I am energized. And this linguistic construction goes very close, inches very close to how plants operate by opening up their surfaces, by apparently passively exposing themselves, by being exposed and maximizing their exposure. They are being energized. They receive energy in order to then channel it in different ways and to build themselves up and to build up a livable world through this channeling of energy. But here in this act of reception is an act. Here we have a kind of originary mingling of activity and passivity in the very crux of energy, of being energized, right? Now, I have lost count here of the thesis, but I think we're moving on just to the third one. And here I want to say very briefly that just as the philosophical, theological, and scientific formulations and formalizations of energy are intricately interwoven, so the most mundane practices of procuring energy are inseparable from what at first glance appears to be high theory. So, for instance, the activities and artifacts comprising our world are energy at work and in the work. We should think about our world as energy at work and in the work. And the activities that are more and more built along the model of extraction, of extracting energy from whether it's knowledge extraction, whether it's resources and minerals extraction, whether it's caloric extraction, and so on and so forth, and then the outcomes of these extractive activities that produce the material reality that we live in. And in a moment of despair, I gave a name to this material reality of what remains after this massive activity of extraction and put it in terms of a dump, a kind of global dump that comes to define our the things that surround us, our modes of thinking, our modes of relating, our information-suffused technologies, and so on and so forth. So you could say that what I'm calling the dump is the remainder, what is discarded after the extraction of energy, and what remains from that extraction and comes to suffocate but also define the world today. Fourth, there is nothing as lethal as a hypostatized potentiality, that is, energy in its otherness to itself, separated from the field that contained it hitherto. So when we talk about pure potentiality, we're talking about something extremely lethal, dangerous. It's like the black hole that emits no light and sucks in everything in its vicinity. It seems to hold the promise of the future. Potentiality is related to futurity, and yet it sucks in the very possibility of the future into itself when it's separated from the actual, when it is hypostatized, when it's put on the on the kind of privileged position of what we all desire. When possibility knows no limits, when it disregards the actual with its finite span and fragile outlines, it acts to level down what is for the sake of what could be, right? To make the actual conform to its own mold. So we are never satisfied with what is, and we want forever this kind of possibility that knows no limits, and this unlimited possibility, even though it's a fantasy that cannot be realized, can act in very destructive ways toward what actually is. A future philosophy of energy would need to put actuality and potentiality in touch otherwise, either dialectically or non-dialectically. And finally, the fifth thesis, by reimagining the shapes energy may assume today and into the future, philosophy would be reinventing itself, while philosophers would be responding anew to the ancient injunction, know thyself. Because when we are directing our gaze to the outside world, to the ecosystems that are being destroyed, to practices that are extractive, necessarily this is also a reflection on ourselves, both individually and collectively. And so this self-knowledge is a necessary supplement that is built into the philosophies of energy and the thinking of energy that is at stake here. It is not only a matter of envisioning greener, more sustainable forms of energy production, but also, and above all, of creating the ground upon which these axiological value judgments are made within the logic of means and ends informed by evolving energy configurations. Taken in its deepest sense, the conjunction philosophy and energy, or the epistemology of energy, entails the work of thinking the latter through the former and thinking the former through the latter, thinking philosophy through energy and energy through philosophy, and unthinking, right? This is the other, of course, important bit here, unthinking many of the things that we take for granted about the meaning of energy and the practices of procuring it. And so this miniature conceptual electric circuit that I have sketched for you in outline contains many hidden vistas of the endeavor that remains yet to come. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Michael. It's such a pleasure to listen to you, as always. I mean, for me, it has been always very helpful to your work to understand all these tensions and paradoxes around energy. For instance, what you said, how we always imagine this distinction between the surface and the depth. Today, and we have been talking about the mountains and the deep seas and how mining always imagines energy as hold in those spaces in one way or another, and how you explain that in order to get that potentiality, the potentiality of having that energy, we disregard everything in between. So we are, able, or we think it's valid to destroy the mountain or the deep sea to hold on to that potentiality. I was thinking about the case of Bolivia, for instance, that, we can see how the international press, what is like, not to name anyone in particular, but they are like accusing Bolivia of holding some of the biggest deposits of energy, that is lithium, and they are holding back humanity, they say, of progress. So the fact that there is a potentiality there that is not tapped, that is untapped, is something that enervates the entire, system and capitalist system. So kind of how this operates, generally, yeah, we take it for granted, but I mean, that's why I think your work is very important. So a quick question, perhaps, is saying, we have been asking everyone, what should we do? But is the response what we should stop doing?
Yes, that's a very good question. And of course, again, what we should stop doing is both theoretical and practical. The two things go hand in hand, despite the old debate between idealism and materialism, right? Whether it is matter that, or material being that determines consciousness or vice versa. The two things have to change in tandem. So the first step would be relatively negative. It is what I called unthinking, but also undoing and learning practices that we take for granted, both with regard to the outside world and with regard to ourselves. For instance, valuing the depth over surface and saying the surface is just superficial. I want to understand something, therefore I want to go deep into it, right? So that, and we do it mentally through the work of analysis, right? And of course, analysis is extractive and destructive. In order to analyze things into the smallest bits, you have to break them down, right? And the same kind of breakdown happens at the level of thinking and at the level of practices of burrowing deep into the earth, of burning beings, whether living or not, in order to procure energy. All of that is analysis. So this kind of fascination with analysis, fascination with depth need to be unlearned, and an appreciation for surfaces needs to be cultivated. And of course, this is where the sphere of art enters really at the fullest, right? And this is what metaphysical philosophy has, ever since Plato, has always blamed art for. Art was too enchanted, too enthralled with appearances, with the surfaces of things, without understanding their deep makeup, without understanding what they really are in themselves. And as we know, of course, the surface might hide, occlude many other things, so the way things appear does not coincide with the way they actually are, right? All of these philosophical ideas that in the meanwhile have migrated from metaphysics to common sense, to everyday thinking, need to be carefully examined, questioned, and unworked, cultivating a different approach to the world and to ourselves and as well. And so this would be a bare beginning, this kind of work of unlearning and unthinking old ways of thinking, but at the level of energy as well, of actual energy production, this notion of opening up one's surfaces, both in thought, in the techno-bodies that we by now all have, because it is not just the physical material body that each of us has, but the extended techno-body is also us, and that techno-body needs to become more plant-like, more open to the outside, more receptive toward energy as opposed to appropriative and extractive, right? Because extraction not only breaks through and into the interiority of things, it also appropriates what those things, what those beings, whether living or not, contain, right? So it is always a kind of trafficking from one container to another. And we need to see the world in other, and again ourselves, in other terms than these containers of energy where energy can be moved, transferred, but ultimately expropriated and appropriated from one closed system to another. This kind of paradigm of physics is totally complicit with ways of thinking and acting that are highly destructive, and this needs to be challenged. Yeah.
Another question I had, perhaps in my condition of architect, that I'm very complicit for many different ways, because we are, architects are dependent on very extractive practices to develop their work, but also the mobilization of the concept of potentiality. Like, our practice is very much connected to this idea of what it could be, right? Rather than what it is. Something that we haven't addressed so much in the last days, but we have perhaps talked about it in small groups, is the question of work. And you mentioned that, like, how work is present in that energia. So isn't that our subjectivities are primarily constructed around our identity as workers, and then it's very difficult for any of us to imagine other way of being in the world, and therefore other conceptions of energy that are not connected to the idea of as workers who have a potential to be kind of continuously mobilizing energy towards whatever that end, that again is not very clear. So should it be also part of the work we have to do, and learning that we have to do?
Yes, definitely. And of course, I'm not arguing against the strategic and practical value of potentiality for imagining a different world and a different future. This is absolutely indispensable. It is the idea of a potentiality that is separated from actuality, and that in this condition of separation comes to define energy as such. This is the danger that I'm reacting against, and what I'm pointing toward is one of many crises produced mostly by Western thinking, of separating terms that actually belong together and go together, like potentiality and actuality, and thinking and acting through energy as an ensemble, as a connected whole of these two things. But to your question of work, I very briefly mentioned that we need to really try to imagine work beyond productivism. And that means imagining work without an obligatory reference to the final outcome, to the product of that work. And very recently, in a meticulous study of Hindu sources, I came across a kind of almost a practical recipe for doing this in the Bhagavad Gita. Because in the Bhagavad Gita, there is a kind of part where you are given a recipe of seeing yourself and the world differently, otherwise. And one of those things is precisely practicing, working, but working without regard to a future outcome. So in English we say practice makes perfect, right? The idea that the product of that practice is perfected over and over repeated trials. But here the idea is the opposite, that it is the practice itself that is perfected in itself without regard to a final outcome. And this is one of the practices of detachment that are necessary, according to Bhagavad Gita, in order for one to be liberated, from the cycle of reincarnations, for instance, right? This is the main topic of the book. But even beyond this context, the idea is really very powerful. The idea that one has to learn to cut off the automatic connections we have between the work process and its outcome, and being always in the middle of working. What would that look like? Without the work in the end, it looks like a pure potentiality, but it is a practice, so it's a constant actualization. And in the end, it becomes an autotelic process, a process that has its end folded into itself. It comes very close to the kind of actuality that has been projected onto God, pure actuality projected onto God in Western and Eastern Christianity, but very much practically attainable through this reworking of work.
Is that what you see in plants, then?
Yes.
That
yes,
they are continuously working, but yeah, we always imagine beings that are passive, or they are not extremely... I have one of the papers that you wrote that says resist like plants, and I
Yeah.
really like it.
Yes, definitely. And plants would be, again, a paradigm of this working without a regard to the final outcomes of that work, because, and even at the level of metaphoric discourse, at the level of thinking, we think about the fruit as the coming to fruition, and the fruit as the outcome of a work, as the product itself. Of course, the fruit is the end, but is also a new beginning, a potential, a possible new beginning, because it contains seeds. It is not an end in itself. It is there to decompose into the earth and to nourish the seed, to guide it toward a new growth, possibly a new growth. So you can see that what has been understood as the end result of plant being is only another step in the process, in the circular process of development and unfolding, where plant being teaches us that to be a living being is always to be in the middle, without a clear beginning and without a clear end, right? And this is what this transformed notion of work and of energy would look like, being constantly in the middle without a clear beginning and without a clear end, but in the middle that is sufficient unto itself, and that does not necessarily want more and more of the same, right? This is the kind of difficult task.
I know it's late, so we are not going to have the final conversation, unfortunately, but I still want to ask if any of you have a question to Michael, because, you know, it's always nice to have this opportunity to ask him a question directly. Yeah.
Hi. Hi, thanks for the talk. I'm kind of curious about between taking away taking away actualization and potential. What if we look at energy in terms of expenditure? How, if we look at it in terms of and stripping it between, taking out the notion between play and stripping energy away from the idea of work, but then what if we just, what of energy as pure expenditure, like of just, whether it be for of productive or non-productive purposes? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the question. Of course, thinking about energy as expenditure would necessarily frame it within an economic or an economist frame of thinking. And what I'm aiming at is an ecological understanding of energy. I think this is maybe, even though I did not articulate it clearly in the talk, but it was very much in the background, that the notion of energy we get in 19th century physics and in thermodynamics is a purely economic notion of energy, right? There is always a kind of balancing, right? And the fact that the quantum never changes, the law of the conservation of energy, the first law of thermodynamics, is pure economics, right? The balance always remains the same no matter where energy passes. And to my mind, this is a part of a problem if we insert energy within a purely economic paradigm. Now, if you're thinking about pure expenditure and general economy along the lines of Georges Bataille, then it gives us another notion of energy, because Bataille really expands and pushes against the limits of classical traditional economics toward things that are not accountable in this kind of balancing system, and talks about spectacular excess as the most important thing in this general economy of being, which starts with solar energy that is obviously excessive and way more than is needed by living beings here on Earth, and then an equally spectacular and excessive decay, right? Because decay is another kind of obscure underside of the processes, vegetal processes that are usually overlooked, but that Bataille brings to the fore. So if I'm willing to go with you, if we go in the direction of general economy, a la Bataille, which already touches upon ecological thought, but do not confine the thinking and practices of energy within an economy. So I think, yeah, here it is, a small energy glitch there. Yes, so I would be willing to go within the direction of general economy, but not the restricted economy of expenditure accountable on the balance sheets of traditional economics that is very much implicit in 19th century physics of energy. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to close the session here. Thank you, Michael, very much for always exploding our heads a little bit. I think it needs to settle. After I've listened to you different times, we were together in Porto, so I think I started to understand something. I think, I'm not sure. But I want to give the last word to Eduardo as well, on behalf of Media Lab, to say a few words. And from my side, thank you, Marder, Estrella, Rafico, Margarita, and everyone, all of you. And I wait for you tomorrow early to do the exorcism. That is what we are all waiting for this week. So thank you. And
thank you so much, Marina. Well, allow me, Michael and Margarita, to speak in Spanish these last few words. Muchas gracias a todos y a todas, sobre todo a las que habéis aguantado hasta el final. Y sobre todo las gracias por venir a esta última sesión pública, ¿no? Este programa que hemos estado desarrollando esta última semana de Territorio Ectoplasma. Sabemos que ha sido un programa muy intenso y sabemos que han sido temáticas muy densas, pero también pensamos que son temáticas muy pertinentes, ¿no? Y además muy pertinentes de abordar desde espacios públicos como este. Así que nada, daros las gracias a todos y a todas. También gracias al equipo técnico, al equipo de traducción simultánea y a todo el equipo de Media Lab que ha hecho posible este programa. Y por supuesto daros las gracias a Estrella, a Margarida y a Michael por veniros hoy, a Rafico también, aunque no nos oiga, y a toda la gente que nos ha estado acompañando esta semana. Y sobre todo también gracias a ti, Marina, por montar este tinglado con nosotros. Ha sido un gusto. Os pido un último aplauso para ellos. Gracias.